Hello, let's come to order, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to start with a statement from Tessa. Could you, everybody quiet down, please?
We'd like to bring the meeting to order, please.
Thank you.
And prior to the start of the meeting, I have an announcement. According to a written communication from the chairwoman dated March 8, 2024, Audit Committee Chair Dave Zito will be the acting chair for today's meeting in accordance with Article 5 of the board bylaws.
Thank you, Tessa. And I will make a slight correction. I believe you meant to say May 8th and not March.
May 8th, sorry, yes.
Not quite
thank you, Chair.
that clairvoyant around here. So welcome everybody to the May 10th Board of Directors meeting. We're called to order. First, I would like to ask our interpreter to explain how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Announcement from the interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, World, and select English as your language. If you are joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis. Then interpretation and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish low in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you are in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby.
Okay, good.
Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, globo terráqueo y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to start this meeting with a tribal acknowledgement. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region has historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systematic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States. From 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, Degeno, Luiswingo, Cupeño, and Kawia. The land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from the indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Tessa, can you confirm a quorum?
Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you, Chair. I apologize. There are 18 of 19 voting jurisdictions present and 7 advisory members, and that confirms a quorum.
Thank you, Tessa. We will start today with non-agenda public member and member comments with agenda item 1. As a reminder, due to the a very full agenda that we have today, we will still be limiting public comments to 1 minute. I would request that you please, as to the best of your ability, be respectful and stay on topic. With that, Tessa, can we call the public comments for non-agenda?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to remind the public, we take the first 5 public commenters at the beginning of the meeting. That would be Michael Brando, Truth, Rita Clement, B. Mittermiller, and Eric Kristen. The following commenters will be called at the end of the meeting for non-agenda: Mark, Blair Beekman, Paul the Bold, Ellen C., and the original draw. Our first commenter, Michael Brando, please come to the podium.
David, you said to be respectful, and that's a good thing. And it's good to see you here. And it's the energy field is a little bit different with Hashan Elo not here. Like Truth said, it creates a difference in the room. I want to bring that up because I've been to City of San Diego meetings many times, and there, many times there will be people speaking at the lectern or people calling in, and Sean will be turned around completely ignoring what the people are saying. Kind of like what Joel Anderson does at County of San Diego Board of Supervisors, because he's constantly, I'm talking about Joel now, scrolling on his phone, ignoring people. Well, Sean does the same thing at City of San Diego, ignoring people, whether they're present physically or calling in. So if there's any talk about transparency and honesty and courtesy today, keep these things in mind because it's the behavior, it's the actions, like Joel talking to his neighbor just now. That demonstrates what the heart is at this point.
When your time has expired, our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium, followed by Rita Clement.
All right, I request a respectful 6 minutes, like at the certification listening session where a whopping 3 people spoke, including myself, a new record low. Now I have an idea. MTS needs to be eliminated more than SANDAG. These people are out of touch and full of lies that are resulting in overt inequities. People at these 3 targeted trolley stops right there are being segregated with an inequitable extra transfer. More transfers mean more wait time, up to 30 minutes more. Seems the trolley is only convenient if you're near downtown. And some of you think there's going to be increased frequencies when MTS can't even afford the trolley as it is. Because people served by those stops will have to buy cars in order to get anywhere efficiently. Solution, make MTS a SANDAG committee with public members to finally get real rider input. Different note, CEO Mario cost us a lot of gold coins so those with border bias can try desperately to keep pushing Otay Mesa forward. One project is a provincial perspective of what it takes to run a business. So in 2 years, remember that I said the manipulation is going to continue.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, Rita Clement, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by B. Miller.
Good morning, Chair Zito, SANDAG board members, and SANDAG staff. My name is Rita Clement, and I live in Chula Vista. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. The California Air Resources Board has issued an urgent warning. If California does not significantly reduce vehicle miles traveled in the near future, the state will not be on track to meet its legally binding 2030 and 2045 greenhouse gas reduction targets. Despite this stark forecast, our state continues to pour billions of taxpayer dollars into highway and interchange expansions that increase our reliance on driving, draining household budgets, and making traffic worse. Meanwhile, Californians are suffering from a sustained uptick in traffic fatalities and life-altering injuries. Please focus on these facts.
When your
Thank you.
time has expired, B. Miller, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final commenter at this time, Eric Christian. And I'd like to announce on the record that we now have 19 of 19 voting jurisdictions present.
Good morning. Temporary Chair Zito and members of the board. My name is B. Miller, and I'm a volunteer at San Diego 350. I brought in a chart that I wanted to share with the board members. Tessa, is that going to be available for people to look at?
Thank you. We did receive your document. We will make sure that we upload that and send it to the board members following the meeting.
Okay.
It will be made part of the permanent record, and there are copies in the lobby for the public.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I wasn't more proactive on this. Anyway, this chart that I'm referring to is the annual carbon dioxide growth rates, which is a chart released by the Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UC San Diego. The trajectory of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is frightening. and should be front and center in your minds as you plan the next regional plan. CARB scoping plan is a law that must be followed. You have the opportunity to set an effective example for the rest of California. SANDAG has an incredible staff that is capable of creating a plan that will meet CARB targets in good faith for the benefit of our region and beyond. Thank you.
Our final commenter at this time, Eric Christian, please come to the podium.
Thank you. Eric Christen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. I wanted to remind you, the board, and voters that are watching this, that 3 years ago, this board saw fit to place a discriminatory and exclusionary project labor agreement on essentially all of your work moving forward. Now you're coming before the voters in November and asking for a half-cent sales tax increase to help fund God knows what, probably not what most people need or use when it comes to transportation. But even if you were, that it would be done under a project labor agreement. Project labor agreements openly discriminate against the 90% of the construction workforce that chooses to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union-free environment in this county, 90%. A PLA forces them to either have to join the union or pay into a union health, welfare, and pension plan they'll never vest in. We will be working this November to get voters to oppose this tax increase, because even if the board was competent and this entity was competent enough to spend the money wisely, it would be spent under a discriminatory project labor agreement that this board majority voted for to pay back your union donors 3 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments at this time.
Thank you. With that, we can move on to any non-agenda board member comments. Do we have any? I see Mayor Jones is up on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring attention to something, and I do have a question. So HNTB, they recently, we approved a project with them. I think it was the Inland Rail Trail, and we have found them to have failed us during all of our discussions about the 125 and the management of that contract that they were supposed to do. And the audit findings that we have seen in the past were quite inconclusive as to whether there was favoritism being shown to contractors like HNTB. So I'm wondering if we can get from staff all of the outstanding projects and the amounts of those projects that they currently have with us. I believe Mayor Wells had asked that, but I wasn't able to locate that. So I'm not sure if that was ever responded to or provided to the board. And then I would ask that we suspend all of the projects with them moving forward until we can make sure that there is no favoritism being shown to them. And also, just when we see that they failed us so miserably on the 125, I think that it's just a bad look for us to continue forward with a contractor that has such a poor record of doing the things that we've asked them to do, that they've been contracted to do, yet we still continue to pay them money. So I have a problem with that, because that is taxpayer money, and that's just not a good look. And I think we should do things differently. So those would be my comments. And then that one question, if we haven't been provided the information of the outstanding projects that we have approved with them and the amounts of those projects, and that would be even if there are open contracts that we haven't used, but they have like a maximum of what we could actually use them for as far as some sort of consulting or management. That'd be great.
Do you want to address that, Colleen?
Sure. So I'd like to respond to that in two ways. So first of all, we did provide the information that Mayor Wells had asked for, specifically about contracts, dollar amounts, how much had been spent. And that was provided to the board approximately 2 weeks ago. So we did provide the information that was requested. With respect to a specific contractor, I think you probably all are aware that our Office of the Independent Performance Auditor is looking at all large contractors working with SANDAG, and they are currently looking at the exact things that you're talking about. So we're happy to coordinate through OIPA to provide information. I just want to make sure we don't get in the way of that ongoing investigation, allow the independent performance auditor to complete her work with her team, and then we're happy to report back on that.
Yeah. Do we know when that's going to come back to us?
I'll
I don't
check on
recall.
that. I don't know, but
Okay.
I know it's
There's
in the
not a date
works.
yet. Yeah.
Okay.
To make a couple of comments, one of which is based upon previous board member discussion. One of the actions that was taken at the last audit committee meeting which was unanimously supported by the audit committee meeting, as the CEO mentioned, we have an ongoing contract auditing process. They were looking at certain companies. We just directed the OIPA to make sure that they're looking at HNTB as part of that. So that will be part of the audit plan. But it will take a while. Audits, as we know, don't occur quickly, but it'll take a while. The other comment I'd like to make, and I'll apologize in advance, I'm an anal engineer, and I think it's very important to be semantically correct and precise about auditing results. You know, when you said the auditing result was inconclusive if there was favoritism, I would say a more appropriate way of phrasing that was there was no favoritism found in the auditing results, but that wasn't the key part of the investigation. So I want to make sure people clear that was the result was there was a lot of mismanagement, but not necessarily any favoritism, but they didn't look everywhere. And that's something that could still be explored further, but minor semantic difference, but I think an important one.
But not very different at the end. I mean, there
Yeah.
still could be the same result that, yeah. Thank you
For the
for the clarification and the correction.
Yeah, with that, we have I'll have to give a brief apology because my readers on the way down decided not to make it the full bike ride down. And it's not because I was reading on my bike, which would probably not be a good thing, but they just managed to escape my pocket, which is probably due to the bumpiness of the bike trail. But regardless, some kind soul has lent me these readers, and I very much appreciate that. But the downside about it is that I'm now kind of dizzy because they're a little stronger than I'm used to. But anyway, next person up. So apologies in advance. We'll get through this. Next person up is Councilmember Burkholder.
Yeah, Chair, my apologies. I'm actually wanting to talk under consent. So
Okay,
got ahead of
we'll hold
myself.
on to that then. Councilmember Shu is the next one up.
Thank you, Chair Zito. It's a day to celebrate today. Well, first I want to acknowledge that this month is Jewish American Heritage Month. It's an important month for us to take note of this month, this particular year, because of all the conflicts and anti-Semitism going on throughout the country and throughout the world, as well as other hate violence that's taking place. So I want to take note of that. It is also Asian American Pacific Islander Month. So I want to take note of that. But the other reason why I wanted to speak today is kind of explain why I'm wearing this T-shirt. Because it's a huge day to celebrate today for people who are involved in any way with transportation. 155 years ago, on this day, was the day that they celebrated the Golden Spike event in Parliamentary Point, one of the greatest transportation projects ever done, maybe the greatest one ever done in North America. And I want to take note that that project started as the Civil War was starting in the early part of 1860s, when the government had no money. Yet we accomplished one of the greatest feats in terms of transportation with a rail line across this continent that joined the two sides of this country. So I want to take a note of that. The real day to celebrate, however, is, April 28th. April 28th, in my mind, is more important because rather than celebrating the two companies that made lots of money off of this project, I want to celebrate the immigrant workers that were involved. On April 28th, 155 years ago, 10 miles of track was laid in one day. 10 miles of track was laid in one day, a feat that has not been broken, a record that has not been broken. These are immigrant Irish and Chinese workers that made that happen. They did not have power tools. They did not have tractors, trailers. They did that mostly by hand, by muscle. The Chinese, as you know, also not only provided labor, they provided lives to the tune of almost 1.5 persons per mile as they built the Transcontinental Railway. They were a unionized group, what we would call now a union. They worked for them. They were organized, and they made that rail project work. So I want to commemorate that and take note of that. And I think it's important for us that we deal with transportation in our region, know that great things can happen if you have vision, you have willpower, you don't even need money. You just need the mindset that we're going to do something great. So I hope we take that with us as we celebrate this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Seeing nobody else up on the board for member comments, I do have a couple announcements myself, one of which is on behalf of just the Audit Committee and the Office of the Independent Performance Auditor. Just wanted to remind everyone that the IPA is currently conducting the annual risk assessment meetings with board members. These meetings are a great opportunity for board members to speak with the Independent Performance Auditor directly and identify areas of concern or areas they would like to see audited. The Independent Performance Auditor uses this information to prepare the annual audit risk work plan, which will be done in July. If you have not scheduled a 30-minute meeting, please contact the Independent Performance Auditor's office and do so soon. I do know that I believe at this point we are less than half of the board members who have scheduled a meeting. I would really like to see a greater level of participation in that myself. On behalf of the board leadership, I'm excited to announce that Bike Anywhere Day is next Thursday, May 16th. Staff has provided t-shirts for board members here at our meeting today, so please be sure to pick one up. The SANDAG team have more than 100 pit stops in every jurisdiction. I would say there's 100 pit stops, but not in every jurisdiction across the region between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. Please contact SANDAG staff if you are planning to participate so they can coordinate with you. Last, item 9 on the closed session agenda will be deferred to the May 24th board meeting. This concludes my updates. Colleen, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a few updates for you all. I think we've mentioned at previous board meetings that SANDAG has been undergoing the federal certification review, and that concluded, and we did receive the tentative certification. We want to thank Mayor Kranz and Councilmember Burkholder. I think they're still going to be conducting some interviews with you over the next few days. We expect the draft report to come out this summer and then the final report in September. We're excited about Bike Anywhere Day. I'm going to be out on my bike, and I'm looking forward to actually using some of our newer facilities that have opened in the last year. So excited about that. Del Mar Bluff stabilization construction getting well underway, and we're going to start some Sunday evening work starting Sunday, May 19th, and that will continue every Sunday night where we're putting in working on the pilings that need to go in for that construction project. So really know how challenging it is to neighbors around the construction site. That's always a challenge for folks. We know this is not going to be easy. There are a lot of people that want to be able to access the beach. We're building access roads. We're maintaining safe, legal access down to the beach, but there are things that are going to be disrupted no matter what. And so we want to be honest about that. We're knocking on doors. We're keeping the public as informed as possible throughout this. We appreciate the cooperation of the Del Mar City Council as well in helping to keep people informed of that. The Low Sand Rail Project, we're going to be doing our public scoping meeting on June 18th. So this is where we start the scoping for the environmental analysis. It's a major milestone for that project. I also want to mention that on the toll operation, State Route 125, we're continuing to make improvements. So I had sent out an email to you a couple of weeks ago about the data migration. Thank goodness that was complete. That worked out. We are also adding additional customer service representatives. So when users of the facility are calling and need updates or information on their accounts, we're adding additional customer service representatives and ensuring that everyone is trained to the same level. So that will continue to be something we'll report to you on regularly. With report to the airport transit connection, so we're continuing the analysis that is necessary so that we can begin the CEQA and NEPA work in partnership with our state and federal agencies and ensure that we're in the best place possible to receive federal funds for that project. One of the things we're doing right now is a travel survey to look at how workers and how people using the airport are getting to the airport. And so this is an important piece of the information that goes into the transportation analysis that will help us determine the absolute best connection that we can make and the best mode to do that with. The last thing I wanted to mention is with respect to the regional plan. So there's a huge fun part of putting together our regional transportation plan. And then to some it's fun, but there's also a lot of technical work that has to be done to show how we're meeting state and federal laws. And in particular, how the plan will meet required greenhouse gas emissions reductions in accordance with state law. We work very closely with the California Air Resources Board, so they understand all the assumptions that are going into our model, and that's our technical methodology. So we did submit that to the Air Resources Board. We're consulting with them now, and we hope to hear very soon on their acceptance of that so that we can continue to proceed. So that concludes my remarks, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Colleen. Good update. One other thing I'll make note of, since it's slightly different than what's happened in recent meetings, is since the closed session is the last item on the agenda, we will take the continued non-agenda public comment before we go into closed session, and then go into closed session just so people can plan accordingly. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Does any member of the board wish to pull a consent agenda item?
Yes,
I think.
Chair. Yes, please, Chair.
Okay, do you want to pull one or comment on it?
I would like to pull item number 5.
Okay, you want to pull item number 5. And I'll address that in a second. So then with respect to the other items, Colleen, did you want to note the one difference from executive session on the board policy 39? Or because there was in the consent agenda, we do have update to board policy 39.
Yes, so we have
Is
a
that not
number
item
of
5? Okay.
So a couple of things. One, there are items that are on the draft
Agenda.
May 24th board agenda that we will be pushing off until a future date. So there's the action plan on all of our ongoing audits that had been scheduled for May 24th in cooperation with the Office of the Independent Performance Auditor. We are going to be pushing that off to a future date. And as soon as we have the date, we will make you all aware of that. We also have the 2 closed session items that have been forwarded to that agenda. And then the other item, which the chair already mentioned, is that the item 9 on today's board agenda will be postponed. So that's what I wanted to mention there. And then with respect to board policy 39, the executive committee today took an action to approve the proposed amendments. And I'm going to call on our general counsels on the specific modification that was made as part of that motion.
And perhaps I would just clarify that this is in regard to item number 4, Policy Advisory Committee actions, specifically the action taken at today's Executive Committee meeting. And with regard to Board Policy 39, the Executive Committee voted to recommend that the board approve amendments to Board Policy 39 regarding the Audit Committee. And then those amendments will be presented to the board at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, with that, we'll take public comment on the consent agenda, except for item number 5, which has been requested to be pulled.
Thank you, Chair. On the consent agenda, items 2 through 4, first commenter Truth, please come to the podium.
All right, item 2, I appreciate that speakers were taken in the order in which they signed up, same as today, since many reps aren't able to keep their butts in their seats past 12 p.m. But if you guys want to be here a shorter time, it's easy. Just cede your 1 minute to me and we can just make this go real fast. And the reason some of you called for a distinction between the mid-coast part of the blue line versus the rest of it is because none of you ride it. Item 3, March 29th, Zito once refused to take over as chair, but I changed things. April 12th, Jose went to CalCog and learned how SANDAG is but a cog in the top-down regional governance machine. April 25th, Jewel enjoyed a catered fact board retreat, and guess what? I'm going to crash it next year. Item 4, $500,000 for responses to the Department of Injustice coming from the reserves. But I ask, why can't we get the executive management who cause these issues to work for free as partial punishment? Beats orange jumpsuits. And yes, to most of the changes to the audit committee policies because they actually consider public comments. So I'd like the audit committee to run this board very simple. I mean, look, Zito's here, almost there, getting there. Thank you.
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Alan C. and then Blair Beekman.
Mark, on 3, Rosa Corey talks about your partnering with agencies and non-governmental groups, and you're discussing other agency issues. In this video on YouTube, it's entitled Rosa Corey Behind the Green Mask UN Agenda 21, and Corey is spelled Koire. Now, also on your auditing, the Board of Directors approves the Audit Committee selection for a government financial expert. I mean, that's corrupt right there. You can pick someone as long as we get say if they get picked. The priorities for the upcoming year are always Agenda 21. Rosa Corey, this video I just mentioned started at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. There's part 1, 2, and 3. See as many as you can. And it will tell you everything about what this board is doing. Total globalist UN agendas that are against our American sovereignty. Completely.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Alan C., will be followed by Blair Beekman, then Paul DeBold. Alan, go ahead. You are self-muted.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Yesterday, a contentious hearing concerning the taxpayer initiative was heard in court. It's going to come out in July. What's going to happen with that? Yet our own SANDAG is also pushing a tax initiative. Dave, your own union-backed members that you hugged her in the back row a few meetings ago. Yeah, your taxpayer initiative to actually raise our taxes, considering transit doesn't expire to 2048. That is so wrong. And by the way, when you go out to your communities, do your community events, you're not supposed to use taxpayer money to campaign for tax increases in November. No to the SANDAG tax increase, and yes to the taxpayer initiative to stop this horrible taxes you guys are doing to us. And keep in mind that also yesterday, they just passed a flat rate fee, $24 for every household. And of course, they're going to base it on how much you make. So keep that in mind, how you're taxing us to death as you're looking at stopping this toll. Thank you so much.
Next commenter, Blair Beekman, will be followed by Paul DeBold, and the final commenter, the original draw. Blair, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman to speak to the meeting minutes, item 9, about management response to the SR 125 investigation at the board meeting a few weeks ago.
My apologies. Sorry, Blair, I'm having some computer technology issues. Please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, Blair Beekman. I wanted to speak on meeting minutes, agenda item 9, about management response to the SR 125 investigation. Thanks for this item. The audit commission gave a kind of a comprehensive review how you're going to move forward with this item last week that it can be real helpful to watch. I think what I've learned from this process, I'm not understanding it very well, but I'm trying, and thank you for your patience and how I can add to the process. That what I'm understanding, you're going through DOJ public reviews at this time as well as audit reviews. So that's 2 eyes looking at this matter at least at this time is what I'm understanding. That's a good beginning, and hopefully that can be of help as we talk about this item on the agenda today as well.
Our next commenter, Paul DeBold, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning again. This is Paul DeBold.
The web ID.
Let's say item 2, Vice Mayor Melendez at the last meeting from Vista had to attend via Zoom. This should be reflected in the minutes, so they need to be redone. In addition, I would also appreciate a little, summary or maybe everything of what the speakers actually said instead of just the names. And the Policy Advisory Committee, the 600,000 to respond to the FBI, it sounds like you had a lot to talk about between the toll scandal and the earlier contracting and financial scandals. But I think you'll end up needing a lot more, a heck of a lot more.
Your time expired. Our final comment to the original draw. Please go ahead.
Crazy that there's anal engineers. That is so interesting. Yes, for this policy advisory committee actions and the $500,000 that the people are going to pay to try and cover up more stuff. I don't even think not having those people be paid and keeping them there would be good. It would be the orange jumpsuits is where you got to go. They should be fired, and we shouldn't be paying to try and, cover up even more and make sure that they can continue on down the same path. When you have people that are engaged in corruption and negligence, which probably it isn't because it's intentional, then something needs to be done about it. Instead, all we do is fire people who are actually trying to make a change and bring light to things that are going on. And then we keep the people that were engaged in it in the upper management and the higher echelons of SANDAG. So what's going on there? Now we're paying more money. And how much more are we going to have to pay just to, try and cover more stuff up? It's a wonder, but it's always going to come from the people, and it should come from the actual people who are engaged in it.
Your time expired. That concludes the public comments on the balance of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Seeing no member comments up, entertain a motion to approve items 2 through 4 on the consent agenda. Unless somebody moved by Mayor Minto.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Molina. Please call the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And now with respect to the discussion on item number 5, were you hoping for a report or did you have some questions?
I just have comments and a question.
Okay, just sorry. Since we pulled the item, we need to take a public comment on it too. So without the report, we'll go ahead and call for public comment on item number 5. Do we have any public speakers, Tessa?
Thank you, Chair. I do have 2 in-person and 3 virtual public commenters. And 1 last hand raised for virtual public commenters. Truth, please come to the podium.
Item 5, $9 million for a 3-year study. What's a jacktivist say? You don't need money, just vision. Well, then let's cut it. No $9 million. And I support a purple line, but don't lie and claim those snail trolleys are competitive with car travel. They go 20 miles per hour on average. If you're lucky, they also go 0 miles an hour. And that's most of the time. I'll give input though to SANDAG's outreach, and I expect it to go ignored like everything else. But here's something about the purple line. The city of San Diego and the South Bay are going to benefit again. And remember what I said, remember what I pointed out? Well, people here, you see, you can transfer anywhere along these lines, all over. But if you're over here in East County, you can't. You have to do an extra transfer when really you could extend the green line and the orange line all the way to Santee in the transfers. See, you need real investments because you don't have rider input. You barely have riders as it is. And the coastal bikeways lined with rail through nature makes more sense than turning North Park into a dangerous bikeway. The question is, HNTB going to get all of these contracts? Do we have a ban on them or not? Thank you.
Our next commenter, Mark, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Paula Bold and then original draw.
Mark. So I actually have this title at home, and I'm going to print it out for the supervisors meeting, but I don't have it printed yet, so I can't tell you the exact title. This is from memory. I believe it was the India Times. Well, it is the India Times article. And they're laughing at California spending $11 billion for 9 miles of high-speed rail. That's from memory. I think I've got that accurately. And look at just how ridiculous it is. It's so much for such a short distance, and it's in the middle of nowhere, too. And Rosa Corey talks about this in the Rosa Corey video again. Rosa and Corey, Koire, part 1 on YouTube. The real title is longer, says The Green Mask, something like that. But you can watch part 1 and she'll talk about this in depth. And also, there are shareholders in all these companies, high-speed rail, like the companies that build it, the companies that develop it. It could have BlackRock or Vanguard investors. Why do the people have to pay for someone to make money off us trying to do
Your
a
time
public project for
expired.
ourselves?
Our next commenter, Paul the Bold. You will be followed by the original draw and phone number 813. Please go ahead.
Paul LeBeau, $9 million even spread over 3 years is a ridiculous amount of money to spend on the purple line analysis, various reports, and other unidentified tasks, especially now when the timeline in the budget says you kicked it off in 2023. The timeline also says, by the way, continue the Blue Line Express feasibility study. Why do we even need this? Expensive studies, unspecified tasks, potential waste of money, kicking the can down the road. It really sounds like you haven't learned much, if anything, from the scandals over the last years since, looks like since 2004? My goodness, thanks.
Our next commenter, the original draw, you will be followed by 813 and final commenter Blair Beekman. The original draw, please go ahead.
It's crazy how much money you guys will spend of the people's money just to do, studies or try and push and change the behaviors of people to get them to conform to the new ways that you want them to go down. And, instead of spending money on people who drive, which is the majority of people not walking and biking or taking public transit, you want to throw it all into that so that you can then de-incentivize the drivers from driving, because you're going to make it impossible. Because you're going to spend all the money on all this other BS that the people don't want. And if you actually had good ridership and increases all the time, I mean, you do when you're at Iris, because the illegals that have invaded our border are being able to ride for free. How fun is that? And we can't even do that. But, it's like, other than that, you don't have enough riders to be able to go and ask them what they want and how it would benefit them if there was more and whatnot. Instead, you have to do these studies to get money in people's pockets and really just enslave the people in the process.
Your time expired. The next commenter, phone number 813, will be followed by our final commenter, Blair Beekman. Please go ahead, 813.
Am I coming through?
Yes, now you are.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment that it's really disturbing the fact that you guys, don't notify or don't even question or want the public's input. And just the fact that the public itself, they don't really care to be informed. It's really, oh God, that's really disturbing. But it is our money. And perhaps, one day they'll be interested enough when the boot directly on their faces. Well, it already is. They just don't care because the Padres are playing, right? That's all I got.
Final commenter, Blair Beekman. Please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks to the work of the city clerk in facilitating public comment and allowing good public comment time. The Pacific Bikeway project issue, to me, that will have important issues in the future of public safety and tech accountability practices. Again, it seems an important time to remind, and with the Purple Line itself, that I think is a great idea that I think has been scheduled for about 2035 at least at this point. That we have to be really considering our tech, and we can't be afraid to talk about the tech that's going to be placed in our future of our local communities and for projects like this, for both the Purple Line and for the Bike Pathway Project. With COVID-19, we've entered a new era of biometric camera use and data collection, and with automatic cars on the move, that we can't be afraid to talk about these issues and make it in a public discourse. Well, we have to really grow from our previous eras. Good luck in your efforts.
Your time expired. That concludes the public comments on item 5.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pulling this item considering it's approving $9 million in studies. The Purple Line was only recently added to the highly controversial 2021 RTP, with 42% of the board members voting against it. And then the board immediately unanimously passed a motion requiring staff to change the plan. Additionally, fixed rail ridership is down over the last decade, with national and coastal ridership rates down 40% and 43% respectively from pre-pandemic levels. We, as a board, really need to understand the reasons for the low fixed rail ridership prior to spending more tax dollars on a poorly performing commuter option. I requested the performance evaluation of the Mid-Coast Blue Line last fall, and we just discussed at the last meeting to help us evaluate which projects should be considered for future funding. Other recent trends that don't help increase future ridership include reductions in the future population forecast and the declining of the state's financial health. For those reasons, I move to delay the approval of any further Purple Line alternatives analysis study until the board receives performance reports on the Blue Line and the coaster explaining ridership trends over the last decade.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, comments? Yeah, Colleen, if you'd like to say something.
So just something that I'd like to share. I think, so first of all, the board approved the budget for this when you approved the budget amendment last fall. So that, and what this is asking for your authorization to go forward with the contracted services. One of the things that's really important about all of the work that we do, we need to take that more detailed dive into what that Purple Line would actually be. So right now in the regional plan, it's shown as a light rail line in probably one of the most congested parts of the region, which is roughly along the Interstate 805 corridor. As we do the analysis, it could turn out that the solution is not light rail. It could turn out that it is a rapid bus that runs on 805. It could turn out that it be some other type of mode, given the latest information that we have. This work getting underway allows us to look at what the land use pattern is, what it's projected to be based upon exactly what you're saying, Councilmember Burkholder, a reduction in population. Where is that going to happen? And what's the best way to serve people in that core part of the region, which really is connecting our major job centers. It connects South Bay up to the hospitals and manufacturing jobs in Kearney Mesa and on up into Sorrento Valley. This has been known as sort of like the jobs corridor. So just so we're really clear on what this funding would do, it'll allow us to look at that detailed information to determine actually what the right mode would be to address the transportation issues in this corridor. So I just feel with my planning background, I felt like that was important to share, and I'll turn it back over to the chair from here.
Thank you. Councilmember Shu.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be voting no on this motion. The Purple Line has been in the works for decades. It's been pushed back further and further. And we're finally getting to the point in which we could do additional design work based on the current information. It is an environmental justice type project. It is a project that we should have done 20 years ago, and we still need to do it now. The Purple Line can go from south of the border all the way into the center of our county and really provides an alternative to traveling by car and all the pollution that takes place. When we talk about costs of transportation projects, I want to let everyone know there's a primary cost, and often people say the primary cost may be too high or too low, maybe cost effective or not. Please consider the secondary costs. The secondary costs are the ones that economists don't have to consider. They're the externalities. The externalities of the transportation system we have today is costing us dearly. Everything from climate change to health impacts. If you consider health impacts, many of our projects that we have going forward should not go forward because of the externalities and the secondary costs. The Purple Line will be efficient, effective transit like many other metropolitan areas in the world have. I really want to also make the point, we have these low-cost transit systems, and that's why much of our transit system doesn't work very well. Everything from using old freight lines for our trolley system to some of our BRT systems. We can see throughout the world that light rail provides efficient, effective transportation, moving thousands of people. And we have examples of that during any Padre game. When we had the Chargers here, we saw that happening. That light rail works. We need to move forward as quickly as we can, and for us to be an effective region. And lastly, I'm going to bring up later a environmental justice type issue. When you look at the expenditures per capita in the different regions of our county, how much we have spent on the most expensive form of transportation we have for both users and government, which is traveling by car. We need to shift gears and move forward on the Purple Line. It will be an injustice to delay it any further. We've promised South County moving forward on this decades ago, and we need to move forward as fast as we can now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I seconded the motion. I honestly didn't know it was coming, but I appreciate the discussion of trying to figure out if this is the best use of our money. I mean, oftentimes, $9 million seems like a lot. Is there a way to do this in-house? Who are the contractors that are associated with this? Like, we keep having the same discussions over and over of, is this the best value? Is this how we should be spending our money? There are a lot of different projects that end up getting delayed. And, to Councilmember Shu's discussion, things do end up costing more over time. So time is sometimes of the essence. In my opinion, I think we should, get the data on, some of the data I believe is out there. I feel like for us to have an informed decision or make an informed decision, we really do need to have a little more of that data. I would feel more comfortable if we just got the information that was requested already, previously requested that hasn't been given yet. So, and, when I look through this, this is just a friendly consideration. I think more information is better when we're trying to figure out if we need to, if this is the best use of our money. If there was an analysis, and my staff always does this, if there's an analysis of this is our recommendation based on, we can't do the work ourselves, we need to use a contractor, an outside contractor, because we are not skilled enough to do this, or whatever the reason being, I think that's always something that helps me make a better decision because I have enough information. So I seconded the motion because I would like to have that data. It's not saying no to this project. It's not saying we can't approve it next month or the following month. I just feel like as, someone that always is trying to figure out, are we spending our taxpayer money the best way possible? I think I need just a little more information, and maybe you can get that quick enough and we can have it at our next meeting. I don't know. I would feel more comfortable if we had a little more data to actually make an informed decision. So that's why I support the motion.
Aren't we asking, isn't this agenda item to solicit bids? This isn't to, I'm confused about what the issue is. We're asking for bids and then we'll get more data. That's when we'll make the informed decision whether to let the contract or not. So
can staff clarify exactly what?
I didn't say that we were already choosing a vendor. What I was saying is that we have actually information that was already requested that we need to.
I think it's in the RTP, isn't it?
Sorry, Mayor. I think the point of order is clear. I mean, are we clear on what is actually being requested, correct? Can we just clarify what exactly is being requested?
This is the the approval for solicitations to go out and seek consultant assistance to do
Right.
this
Okay. So
analysis.
just so we're clear on that. The next person on the screen is Mayor Minto.
I would normally say that we need to go ahead with and do this because we need to get all the information. I think that this is, we talk about the purple line and then we go into bikeways and maybe there really should be separate. Because then it's a lot easier to determine whether or not you need a bikeway or versus a whole new trolley line. And so I think for that reason, I would like to see this actually come back and have those separated. And then also, seems like an awful lot of money just to go out for a bid to do an analysis, unless it's like, a couple $100 to go and spend the money to, put out the bid. And then $9 million would be to award it. Well, we should talk about the award afterwards. And then the other question is that when they do this analysis, are we going to hire somebody to come in and really look through all of our documents to see if we can, it's sustainable? Or where do they get the information from that is, if we're lacking in the information within our own house, then why would we use information from somebody else's house? How do we know that it works here? And maybe that's a different kind of analysis that doesn't cost $9 million. So I think this is not clear enough for me. So therefore I probably will vote no on it also.
Thank you. Just for clarity relative to some of the comments, there are two separate solicitations in this action. They could be voted upon separately, just so people are clear on that. I'll save the rest of my comments until others are done. So Councilmember Gasterlin.
Yes, thank you, Chair Zito. I offered a second to this item because I believe, as does Board Member Burkholder, that it's really important that we make persuasive arguments for trolleys that are being planned and that we do them well. And I would like to make a few observations about the Mid-Coast Blue Line trolley. So it's clear that it has growing ridership. But for people to get to it from the North County direction, for me from Del Mar, I'm just 5 miles away from the nearest station. Parking on campus is nearly impossible. That's why I use my e-bike to commute to campus and I don't drive. Another is to go over to the Scripps Memorial Hospital and park in the parking garage there. That costs money. It's not inexpensive. And another option is to drive all the way over to La Jolla at Gilman Drive and park in the parking structure there. Well, any of those drive, park, pay, get on the Blue Line, that's the beginning of the journey. Takes as much time as it takes me to drive down here from Del Mar. So my point is that for the Purple Line, paying really strong attention to parking access is of the utmost importance. And I believe, and I'd love for this board to take a look at this, that the Blue Line trolley, the Mid-Coast, would be even more used if it had a North Coast component to it, with a stop at One Paseo and a stop at Manchester Road, where there's lots of parking right off I-5. So parking and ease of access is important. So I'm going to support this motion, and I hope that in this discussion, we'll recognize this. And I do have a question for our interim executive director. So when will the report that Member Burkholder has requested be available? And is this item that we're asked to vote on in item 5 to fund the analysis that Member Burkholder has requested, or is that analysis in addition? How quickly could it be done?
So a couple of answers here. One, we did bring forward the Mid-Coast item at, I think it was your last board meeting. And I know we also did a briefing with Councilmember Burkholder. The follow-up to that, maybe Cindy, Dr. Burke, do you want to explain what the follow-up is?
So we do an annual State of the Commute report, and last year we put it on our open data portal, and that has ridership for 10 years back on transit, a number of different metrics, and we're happy to share that link with you. We also currently have up there by Blue Line as well as Coaster for 2016 through 2022. We are scheduled to bring the 2023 State of the Commute report to the iTalk in June, and could then funnel that back up through the Transportation Committee and the board. In regard to the motion at the last meeting, there were questions more specific about on-off at different points on the Blue Line and comparing the southern part of the Blue Line to the addition to Midcoast. Midcoast was not put into did not open until I believe it was 2021, but after COVID, so we can't compare the Midcoast to a pre-COVID period. We did provide statistics we had there, and we have recently finished an onboard survey, which has additional information that has been provided by the consultant. The Midcoast before-after study, which answered a lot of the questions that you had, Councilmember Burkholder, isn't going to be available till the beginning of 2025. So we have some information that's available now. We have a new data portal that's being put up about people getting on and off transit. So we're continuing to add to the information that we have available. So for the full request that you had at the last meeting, that would be early 2025. But again, the State of the Commute has a lot of the information. If the question here is about ridership on the Blue Line and the Coaster, that is available currently on our open data portal. We can add extra years to the board, and we also will have an updated report in June.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Molina.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Zito. Thank you for that last point. I think having the information that Councilmember Burkholder has requested is important, but it is also important to realize that it is the data that we are receiving must be comparable. So I would be afraid of receiving something that shows there's low ridership on the mid-coast piece of the Blue Line without understanding all of the factors that you just stated, which is it's a new line. It's during COVID, there was a lot of change in how folks were commuting. So I appreciate the call for more data, more information, but it must be comparable. And if we're not if we're taking an immediate jump and saying, oh my gosh, we spent all of this money on the Blue Line or, to connect it to UCSD, and yet folks aren't riding it, that's not exactly fair. That's not fair. Not enough time has elapsed where we can truly evaluate those numbers and gain the perspective of the value that this connection is now. I live in National City, and I commuted to Sereno Valley and La Jolla for about 15 years. And my commute time steadily increased nearly up to an hour. And I had the opportunity, this is before COVID, to commute using the Blue Line. In my instance, the time that it took to either drive or to commute via the trolley was rather comparable. It was a little bit longer on the trolley, but it was comparable, right? And I appreciated not having to sit in traffic for all of that time. So it is undeniable that the South County uses the trolley, the Blue Line right now. And I am confident that were the Purple Line to exist tomorrow, people would ride it. There are a lot of commuters that travel from their homes, even across the border in Tijuana, that travel from the South County to the job centers that are in north of the 8. And so I appreciate the call for more information. I think we can still receive that information, but delaying the start of this Purple Line, I'm not for that. I want to see this project move forward. It is going to be a valuable project. Now, the cost is a lot, but it's going to be a lot whether we approve it today or whether we approve it in a month or next year. And we must be unafraid of moving in the direction that will be benefiting people. Maybe it's impossible to benefit everybody in the county of San Diego, but if you're able to benefit a good portion of those folks, why not? Why not? We have to move forward. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
So we'll move on to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Zito. If we voted on item 5 as it was originally proposed, we wouldn't be spending a single dollar more, would we?
No.
Okay. So I think I'm in a position where I want this to move forward to propose solicitations, and knowing that the board does not want to vote on anything further until we know the analysis that Councilmember Burkholder brought up, which is a valid point. Councilmember Molina just pointed it out. I think that, you know, I want to know that detail. So I think we need to have, you know, what MTS doesn't have any dual tracks on doing both processes at once so that we can get this done faster. And so I'm not going to support the motion, though seeing the virtue of the motion, I think that we should move forward, put this out there. Hopefully the bids come back not at a full $9 million. I understand that's just an estimate at what we think it's going to be. And everybody in the room and outside the room knows that a yes vote on the original proposal is not a single dollar more towards anything until we get to the final solicitation. I think it's a great idea that we bring any solicitation valued at $5 million or more to us first before we then proceed forward. Hey, one extra step, it's not a big deal, but I'm gonna vote no on the motion, but knowing that the data is important. So that would be my position. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
I just wanted to signal that I'm going to be voting no on the motion today. One of SANDAG's main responsibilities is to develop solutions to regional issues, transportation being one of them. We have a major regional issue when it comes to traffic going northbound on the 805 and the 5. So I think it is important that we forward the purple line alternative analysis. It is an analysis. It was voted on before. It was approved. This is simply giving our acting CEO, interim CEO, authority, thank you, to basically do what we told her to do. So with that, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Seeing Mayor Kranz.
I too will be voting no. I read recently that the MTS, I think it was the Blue Line, is one of the most successful light rail lines in the country. And frankly, the light rail that we have here is successful yet woefully inadequate. I had the opportunity to sit in the chair over there for NCTD board chair in an advisory role during the years that the discussion about the 2021 regional plan was being conducted, and the Purple Line has a tremendous amount of support. It's critically necessary to have it built, and looking at this, it's estimated this analysis will take 3 years. And we're just, you know, just bogged down, you know, in the morass of politics that just gets tiresome. So I think that the taking action to solicit a proposal that will cost nothing is really frustrating.
Thank you for that. Back to Councilmember Burkholder.
I understand everyone's frustration. I appreciate all the member comments. I too am frustrated by several projects that are not affecting North County, actually very few. So that I totally get. And again, I reflect what Mayor Jones said. This is not a no. This is the information that we actually already have. My request has always consistently been that it is brought to the public, not that the public has to go search for it on our website. That's the whole purpose of us being able to make informed decision, bring it to the public. And also you're depending on each of the board members to go search that information up too. And what if they're not interested in that? That's why it needs to be brought to a public meeting. So that's the purpose of the motion. And it, you know, I understand everyone's thoughts about it and the frustration with projects not going forward. And I have more to say about that in another item, but I just want to say, yes, Mr. Hsu, it would be wonderful if we could go to a Padres game and ride the train or get there some other way, but we cannot. We don't have the ability. So those are my just statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thanks, Chair. You know, I always appreciate this board having discussions about making sure that we spend public funds accordingly and sparingly. But again, I see a trend that we continue to talk about projects that we've previously approved in our budget and trying to rehash them to see if they're appropriate. Sometimes I feel there's a little bit of buyer's remorse that we maybe didn't have that opportunity to speak, or we didn't take the opportunity to speak when the budget time came around. Again, the budget's very large, very detailed, lots of information, and perhaps at the time we may not have thought about it. I echo the comments by Councilmember Moreno about the need for the South County, need a little bit more. If you've ever been down to the Chula Vista area, there was the I-805 didn't exist. Nothing existed east of that. It's significant now, and that's where the continued parts of the South County grows out that way. You know, again, I think it's important that we do move things forward. $9 million, yeah, that's a significant amount of money. That would be more than a quarter of Imperial Beach's total general fund. But that being said, you know, we've promised, you know, our constituents that we would look at this, to Member Shu's comments, that we would look at this years and years ago, and we've continued to delay and to delay and delay. I don't know what the scope and range of how it looks, but my guess is that purple line is probably about 22, 23 miles long. To look at what that looks like, to make sure that all the information is collected, where stops should be, some alternatives. I think it's pretty substantial work that needs to be done. And so for it to be done over the course of 3 years and cost $9 million, again, I don't know, this is completely outside of my realm of what I do on a daily basis for work, but it seems very fair because you need to have the top company who is experts in doing this type of work doing it. I know that there is information. It sounds a little bit that it's not all the information that we need, that it's not a comprehensive look. Perhaps some of the data that we currently have can be drawn into this report and handed over to those who are hired to do it, and perhaps reduce the amount of money that it would cost in the long run. So that's my comments.
Councilmember Marasco. Yeah.
I have a question of clarification in regards to the analysis that you do with ridership. Are you distinguishing between paid ridership and free ridership and or subsidized ridership? Because that's critical, because free and subsidized is unsustainable.
As part of our State of the Commute report, we do look at fare box recovery, and we work closely with MTS, and I'm happy to come and share that information here in a report to walk people through our State of the Commute. And we also track with the Youth Opportunity Pass. We also have data on that free ridership.
Thank you. And I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Molina.
Thank you, Chair Zito. I would like to propose a substitute motion. This would be to authorize the CEO to conduct a solicitation for the Purple Line alternatives analysis and conduct a solicitation for design services of the Pacific Bikeway project as detailed in the staff report.
Thank you.
I will second.
Second by Campillo. I see Councilmember Chavez up now.
Hello? Okay. I also want to support Councilmember Molina's motion, but first I wanted to mention that I appreciate the request for more. You can't? What? Can you hear me now? Seems like a commercial, doesn't it? I also will be supporting Councilmember Molina's motion, but I wanted to mention that although I do appreciate for more information, the motion for more information, I do believe I will be opposing the motion as the Purple Line has been in works for decades. This item does not spend any money, as everyone has mentioned, has spoken against it. And additionally, our South County stops are the most used stops in the county, as we had mentioned as well. I will get additional information, but I think it is clear the Purple Line would be a great service to South County, and we should not continue to delay this project. So I will be opposing the motion.
Thank you. I see that Councilmember Campillo is back up again. Are you done? Okay, thanks. So I'll just throw in a couple of comments. I really want to reemphasize and reiterate the comments that were made by Councilmember Fisher, which is, having previously served on the board, this, as he mentioned, this item itself is in the budget. It's certainly in our regional transportation plan. It's almost certainly going to be in our next regional transportation plan. And I've found historically the board has spent a lot of time debating things that, it's got to be frustrating for staff to bring something forward that's already in the plan, and it's just a way to execute it. And there are certainly reasons to look at things and to reevaluate things, but at the frequency that we do this, it seems kind of wasteful time-wise. It makes me wonder, just as a side, maybe we should have more offsites and as a way to air our grievances and to be able to make some progress. But I'll be supporting the substitute motion because this is just executing the plan that the board has approved over the past year. With that, I'll call for the vote. And this is the vote on the substitute motion, which is to approve staff recommendation on item 5. Sorry, real quick.
Just what's the difference between the initial motion and the substitute motion?
The original motion, my understanding was to defer the award of the maybe staff.
No, I'm sorry. The motion or the recommendation the staff was making, how is the substitute motion different than that?
It isn't. It is staff. The substitute motion is staff recommendation.
Okay.
This is the one we're voting on now. Yes. Remember, 1 is yes, 2 is no. Mayor Vasquez. Okay, we are in there. And that motion passes. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 6, which is the budget. And I will turn this over to Colleen to start that discussion.
In the theme of budgets, here we go. Okay. So in the interest of time, I'm going to do a rather condensed, just kind of overview for you. I will have our team available to answer your questions. So Director of Budgets is Susan Huntington, our Director of Administration, Melissa Caulfelt, are both here. So I just want to let you all know we are very pleased to be able to present you your FY25 budget. This is a $1.3 billion budget. 20% of this is passed through both to local jurisdictions. So about 137 million gets distributed out to each of you. 103 million go to the transit agencies for transit operations. This continues your priority projects. We have projects throughout the region, throughout the highway network, improvements to the existing transit network, improvements on HOV lanes, connectors between our highways, bikeway improvements. This continues the Youth Opportunity Pass program, and this continues work on the regional plan, as well as other agency mandates, the things that this agency is mandated to do to ensure that we continue to bring funding to this region. This plan is all about serving the 3.3 million residents that call this region home. With that said, we brought you the draft on March 24th. We've made a few changes between draft and final. When we brought the draft to you, that was then sent out to stakeholders. It went to the Social Equity Working Group. It went to our funding agencies, and we received input throughout that process. We included in your staff report answers to all of the questions that you had asked at the meeting on March 24th. We appreciate that many of you were willing to accept our offer of a briefing on the budget. So I think there were 10 or 11 of you who took that offer, and we definitely appreciate that. So what's changed is that we did receive grant funds for certain projects, and so that has been incorporated into the budget. We modified the cost of living from 2% to 3% for agency staff. This is consistent with what we've seen throughout the region, which has been a range anywhere from 3 to 5% from local jurisdictions. So that falls within that. We also completed a comp study looking at all the compensation for staff. And there are roughly 130 employees who are in classifications that are considered to be underpaid. So this would move some of those classification changes. One of the things I wanted to also mention, we've done a lot to really try to figure out how to make this budget as accessible to the public as possible. So we added a new front chapter that really tries to explain the purpose of the budget. We also have modified the pages that go through each of the capital projects to be very clear about what the project is, what stage we're in, what the funding is that's being used, and what can be expected in the future. In addition to that, the team has put together an interactive map that is available on our website, and maybe we can just kind of quickly pull that up. This allows any one of you, any member of the public to go to our website, and you can just sort of pan over the different projects in there, and you can get more information about specifically what is planned and what the timing is on that plan. In addition, we've heard a lot about wanting to know the status of the various projects. So we will be bringing forward on a regular basis a quarterly report on all of the major projects underway and the status of that. And those are not just the capital projects, that's the regional plan. Those are internal programs that we have underway. One of the most important things that we're working on internally is putting together the ERP system. This is the electronic system that will allow us to better coordinate budget with contracts, with all of the various filing systems that we have within the organization. And that is one of the things that has actually come out of the audits, is the need to be able to have a system in place like that. So when you ask the question, we want to know all contracts with such and such contractor, this is a system that will allow us to pull that up. How much have they been paid? Those things can be pulled up currently, and I think you all know this. Lots of that is done manually. So this is a big investment of the staff time to help us make sure that we're working effectively, utilizing technology and making that information available very quickly. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that we fully anticipate continuing to come back to you with budget amendments. Right now, we know there are bike projects that are in need of additional funding. So we're anticipating coming back as soon as June to you all, laying out what the shortfalls are, what a proposal would be to fund those, and what the trade-offs would be. So what would be changing in the budget as a result of that. We also received a request, and Councilmember Zito knows this well too, and probably Councilmember Musgrove from the Audit Committee, that the Office of the Independent Performance Auditor is in need of additional resources, additional staff members to help her do the work that she's doing. Along with that, we, as our staff, have been putting together these action plans with all these things that need to be done. We need to allocate the resources to make sure we're implementing that. So everything from having the staff resources necessary to do the ERP, it's having the staff resources to be able to update our policies and procedures. All of those things require staff time and staff work. So we will be coming back with a budget amendment. And what I see going forward is more of a living budget where we continue to come back, share with you where we are. Here's where we are on the projects. If there are places where timelines are not being met, you're going to know that sooner than later because of these quarterly updates, and then making all of this accessible through our website. So I really want to thank our team for putting this together. I want to thank you all for your input and your diligence on this. This is a great opportunity for us to serve the entire region. And with your vote today, this allows us to submit this budget to our funding agencies so that we can keep funding flowing to the region starting on July 1. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair to answer any questions, and our team is available to assist.
Awesome, thanks. Why don't we start by going to public comment? Tessa, can you call the public commenters?
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 in-person public commenters and 9 virtual. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark.
On the first page, it should say housing and community development, but who cares since HCD doesn't even care what works for each city. The way to vote tells cities like Del Mar that they're only worth a fraction of a percent. What inequity? Notice salary increases by 4% plus 3% COLAs plus market pay increases, or compromise, dock pay from the fraudsters and give to the honest workers. Senior regional planners are getting paid $8,000 more, while the CEO can get $20,000 more for only 7 months of work. These meetings also went up in cost by $6,000. And why almost $1 million for a Blue Line Express study? It's already the fastest trolley, while the green and orange lines remain the slowest in equity. And forget the $500,000 equity study. Every person that has to rely on SANDAG's unsafe and inefficient public transit is harmed and disconnected. The focus should be the unincorporated areas, since they're the most disconnected. And what about the streets of Mira Mesa that are literally full of holes? No to $1 million for biased outreach to CBOs. No to $400,000 to study freeway lids, which are one of the most nonsensical wastes of money I've ever seen. And there needs to be way more projects for North County and East County, otherwise inequity.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, Mark, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Alan C. and then Paul the Bold.
Mark, on page 1, it says a reduction in state housing and community development funding. The housing thing is a total scam. The stack impacts affordable housing. There are shareholders often in this. It could even be BlackRock or Vanguard. The banks are bond loans. Business Insider actually had a video on YouTube talking about how one of the reasons, I can't remember the area, but it's to the right of LA, and they want to succeed from California altogether, because, and one of the reasons they cited in this Business Insider video was that the interest rates just would double the cost of projects, because they take 3-5 years to even implement or longer. And all of this is just unacceptable with our money. It's just very inefficient and negligent, and people are making money off us. Shareholders are making money. The whole idea of housing, you could build Appy's Cork in 3D print for $10,000, a 1,200 square foot house.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Alan C., will be followed by Paul the Bold and Carl Willard. Please go ahead, Alan.
Hello, board. Yeah, concerning that last one mentioned about 10 years to get the purple line going. Well, guess what? The voter's been waiting, taxpayers been waiting for 40 years, transit tax, which promised free ways, not toll roads, not managed lanes. Stop paying useless consultants when we have the expertise right in-house. Just look at the freeways, cars are backed up everywhere. And oh, by the way, raise your hand if you did not drive your car even partially to get to work today. Look at your inside self. Your studies of saying people will get out of the cars, take the train, it will not work. You let your cars going to take over, that'll solve your climate agenda and a government uses program. So why not plan ahead and expand the freeways that the voters were promised since 1988? That transit tax does not expire to 2048, and it promised expansion of freeways, not managed lanes. Take care of what needs to be done to get our commuters moving again. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Paul the Bold, will be followed by Carl Willard and then Mary D. Paul, please go ahead.
Paul the Bold. Andres should have resigned or been fired for his non-reporting and duping the board on the SR 125 toll scandal. It is disgraceful that it gets to continue to play part in SANDAG's financial future. Sounds like you want even more investigations. What concerns me most here is the lack of adequate reserves. The SANDAG budget graphic on page 1 does not even show the amount. The UC is mandated to have at least 3.5%. Yours seem to be less. And the university does not have the ups and downs you have, emergency flooding or road repairs, system failures such as the SR 125, which require money to correct or the like. The SANDAG growth forecasts are wrong. I sent you this and the results, by the way, of my analysis.
Your time expired. Carl Willert will be followed by Mary D. and Camilla Rang. Carl, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carl Willard and I live in Del Mar. As we speak, seawalls are being constructed along the bluffs in Del Mar. With these walls, large portions of the beach will be forever lost. In addition, easy access that has existed here for decades will be eliminated. The seawalls received approval from the California Coastal Commission contingent on there being access trails down the bluffs to the beach below. However, this governing body, SANDAG, defunded this required mitigation back in October 2023 when the draft budget was approved. With that, there will be no access down these bluffs for at least 5 years. This is unacceptable. I have 2 asks today. First, restore funding in this current budget for beach access as mandated by the Coastal Commission. Second, leave a gap in the wall filled with riprap so that we have some access still. Such a gap was left at another location along the bluff, demonstrating that this is possible to do. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Mary D., will be followed by Camilla Rang and then the original draw. Mary D., please go ahead.
Hi, Mary D. here. First, I want to thank those board director members, reference item 3 or attachment 3, for submitting the questions and taking time to do that. Particularly whoever submitted questions 10 and 11. For question 10 about Vision Zero and unincorporated, that was a circular wording that failed to answer the question. So I'd ask staff to do better on that. Item 11, I'm asking for an urgency clause similar to how the state legislature operates as far as removing the environmental bureaucracy. This is where you're putting the environment over the actual lives and safety of people. So please move that forward. Also, no to the 4% salary increase, no to a trolley line into Mexico. Thank you to Director Burkholder for pointing out the need for data and the disparity of data that they want to change for Mexico. It's funny that you need more data for that.
Your time expired. Camilla Rang will be followed by the original draw and L. Robbins. Camilla, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Camilla Rang from Del Mar. I would like to draw attention to the seawalls you are installing along our bluff and request that you restore the funding for the mitigations that California Commission required you to do. The fund that you instead gave to bike path in Encinitas and Carlsbad needs to be put back in the funding for Del Mar to where it's supposed to go. Also keep in mind that you were not to destroy the unofficial but century-long existing beach paths at 11th and 7th. So gaps have to be left open for people to get between the walls are installed next to each other by those paths. Thank you.
Our next commenter, the original draw, will be followed by L. Robbins and Blair Beekman, and final commenter, phone number 813. Original draw, please go ahead.
The fact that Andre's name is all over this and he continues to deal with billions of dollars is really unacceptable considering what's taken place. And how can people trust that anything in this budget is, going to go well when he has his hands in it? He should actually, his jumpsuit is being, fitted to him now. They're just sewing it up. But, everything that you guys are doing in this is you're never giving the people we're paying to Transnet to only have you take away all of our options for driving and push all of these other things so that you, again, can change the behaviors of people. And we're raising salaries of people at an astronomical rate. It's pretty ridiculous to see when we're cutting funding for so many things, and then you can seem to put money in the pockets of people as we go along, all while the community suffers. It's pretty ridiculous the way that that goes on, but it just shows that you guys are negligent in your handling of the people's money.
Our next commenter, L. Robbins, will be followed by Blair Beekman, and final commenter 813. L. Robbins, please go ahead. You are self-muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The proposed budget does not include taking the failing coastal rail inland. In addition, it doesn't work to achieve your 2025 vision. As commented, the North Coast Transit is not functional. This should be prioritized in the proposed budget. Take the coastal rail inland. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I just wanted to, I guess for this budget, thank yourselves that, I've been here a couple of years now. You've been learning that there's really important rideshare programs that we could be learning about and creating. And over the past few years, those programs, we were trying to be creative and learn, and that creation was getting a bit out of control and large budget-wise. That's been brought in, and you brought it back to a base, it seems like, and that took work from everybody, all sides. Good luck in working on all sides in the coming year on the future of rideshare, and that we can continue a creative process and how that can develop again. Good luck in accountability and coming together to work on accountability and bringing that accountability to the community. And there can be a whole process, and the community gives back ideas of accountability to yourselves to work on. And we work together, then we're building, then we got a future. Thank you.
And our final commenter, phone number 813, please go ahead.
Yes, accountability out the window. It is totally unacceptable. And that is exactly what they want, Ellen. They want to disable the community in order for them to be entirely dependent on them. The fact that there are people in national cities still waiting to go back to their homes. And what is totally wrong is that when they do go back, they will be having to pay at least $1,000 more. Yep, I saw you at that last meeting, Shu, in National City. Those are such circus shows, I swear. The worst of the worst. Spreading your propaganda, and you got to speak first, of course. Talk about inequality. It's just really sad how, the things that are not important, you guys play, that's the priority, and the people that are going through things. And
your time expired, and that concludes the public comments on item 6.
Thanks. We'll now move to member comments. I'll just start by making a quick comment that I did greatly appreciate the new format that the budget was in. The items that you mentioned, Colleen, were very helpful, and it was very, very useful to be able to use that format to walk through the budget. So I do appreciate that. First one on the board is Ms. Maxim.
Thank you. SANDAG's project map demonstrates a striking absence of projects in the unincorporated area. Our social equity commitment directs SANDAG to ensure underrepresented communities receive attention and funding. Living in an unincorporated area, I can tell you that we have waited for fulfillment of long overdue safety projects, and I can only imagine that these delays are due to a lack of representation in the process. As part of rebuilding trust in SANDAG, we need data and policy to demonstrate that social equity is being applied. Can you hear me still? Is being applied to all areas of the region. CBOs on the Social Equity Working Group are on the honor system when it comes to stating they cover a specific geographic area, thereby appearing that SANDAG is receiving community input from all areas. SANDAG needs to demonstrate this commitment to social equity by implementing policy that requires CBOs to annually provide data on what communities they serve, how many clients, how frequently, and who in the community they have partnered with in order for the CBO to be accurately representing the community's needs. I volunteer to help with creating and execution of such a policy should that policy not exist. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Councilmember Shu.
Thank you, Chair Zito. First, I want to start by saying thank you for staff for coming together with these answers to points that the board members have brought up. I felt that this was a really helpful to me as well as I hope all the other board members to see some written answers to the points that we have brought up. So I have some general comments and concerns I have as we going forward, particularly with the discussion we had earlier on the earlier item. We have an obligation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and counted by VMT by at least 19% by 2035. And if we don't fulfill that, we will endanger our federal and state funding. And that's why projects like the Purple Line is so important. That's based on meeting that goal if we go forward with these transit systems. The other piece of information that I constantly feel that we're misreading or misunderstanding is that expanding lanes, freeway lanes in urban areas does not relieve congestion after 2 to 4 years in metropolitan areas. That's because of a phenomenon called induced demand. So when I see project go forward, as we see on Interstate 5 and the connectors between 78, 76, and the amount of funding going there to essentially continue to invest huge amounts of money on freeway expansion, even if it's a HOV lane, ultimately will not relieve congestion for those communities. So that's something we've known since the 90s, yet I don't believe the public realizes that, nor does many of our policies. So I hope we keep that in mind if we really want a better transportation system in our region. And my last comment, I appreciate staff putting together answers to questions I brought up with regards to equity and dealing with health impacts. What I want to do at some point in the future, and maybe hard for SANDAG to get to, is that as our contracts for analysis, as our staff deals with data and analysis, that we really look at equity from a historic perspective, as well as take into account the things I've mentioned before, the secondary costs, and maybe also the co-benefits, and put it into historic context and whether or not we're spending money wisely throughout our region, and are we really addressing equity issues. So if we were not equitable 10, 20 years ago in terms of per capita spending or the kind of projects we're doing, how do we flip that around? How do we make it more equitable? So to me, that's my definition of equity. It does not mean going equal from here on out. It means we right inequities from the past. So when I look at the kind of investments we've made that I pointed out with regards to the Mid-Coast trolley line, that was a huge investment from our entire region. How are we going to make that equitable? Because we know the system going forward has to right this kind of inequity that we've done in the past. I would also add part of the Green Line. Those are the only 2 transit lines that we built for people. Our rest of our transit system in South County is really made for freight. And that's why we have all these problems with regards to grade separation and going forward. So I think that kind of analysis is what I was pointing at when I brought that point up, not just the simple grade separation projects. And I think one last point I want to make is data on current or even use of our transit system in the past few years is not relevant towards the system we're going to have in place 10 years from now. The Purple Line is not going to be like our trolley line. Our trolley line, if you compare to other systems in the world, are ancient. They don't build them like that anymore. We're talking about a system that is faster, more efficient and effective, and much more attractive to riders. That's how we have to look at our future. And if that's what we're talking about, you can't look at the current use of the Mid-Coast trolley as a comparison to what it might be like 10 years from now on the Purple Line. That's why I think we need to really move forward the best we can now. Further delays would actually just make it worse as we go forward. Thank you. Oh, and I would, if a motion is made later to support this, I'll wait until more discussion. I really would like to move on. I would be supporting this budget.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, staff, for the report. Thank you, Colleen. We spoke earlier today and you answered some of my questions. I am happy with what's going forward, but I do have some challenges when it comes to our budget. I was asking Susan in our briefings, just really trying to understand, and I want to articulate this for the public too, that when we're deciding on a budget, it is dictated by our planning. But at the same time, our planning is dictated by the funds available. And right now at SANDAG, we do have a lot of funds for those transformational projects, those projects that really move us forward with different modes of transportation. They really connect people on a larger mass scale. They move people at a larger scale. And those transformational projects can be really helpful. But one of the gaps that I'm seeing in my city, and I'm sure others are seeing in their jurisdictions as well, is that there are smaller projects, right, that maybe link actual neighborhoods to those big transformational projects. And there's lots of gaps in Vista. We have issues with our connectivity to even new updates like the Inland Rail Trail. And what I would like to see is more resources available for those smaller programs and facilities that we can develop to connect to those transformational projects. Now, that really is on the onus of each city to be able to plan those and provide those. But I also think it's still part of the regional goal to have each city connected to these larger transformational projects. But within our budget, there's limited funding for that. As a representative from the city of Vista, I've advocated for ATP funding. And I think more funding can go to active transportation and walking and biking infrastructure that we each need in our own cities. And I think there may be even more funding available for that. I know in speaking with Colleen and speaking with advocates in the community, that there's also newer funding available through the EPA with priority caps. And it's not included in this budget, but we have the opportunity for potentially millions of dollars to go towards exactly this, the small local projects to connect us to those transformational projects. So actually every single neighborhood gets to benefit from these transportational projects, because I don't want to see any neighborhood left behind and not able to get to these amazing new amenities that we're spending a lot of money on. But I do have a couple questions. Maybe staff can help us with preparing us for new funding availability. I know that we have the potential to apply for these funds, right? And SANDAG might receive them. We don't necessarily know when we would receive this EPA funding for climate action plans. But would anyone know, Colleen, I didn't ask this morning, I came to my attention later on. Those projects, right, like those smaller bike infrastructure projects, what would be the timeline under which they needed to be completed? Because my understanding is that it's by 2026. And so we could have potentially millions of dollars available for small local infrastructure projects, but we would have to have them on an expedited timeline. Would you have any information about that?
We can get that for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm really excited about all of these opportunities. I'm excited about the larger projects, but I think I'm definitely going to continue to focus on my priorities in Vista, which are, I want to link every single neighborhood to the resources that we're investing in as a county. And if SANDAG staff can help me with that in any way, I know that you provide a lot of technical support for these grants and help us plan our projects so that we can really be a connected region. And other than that, I just want to say thank you for all your time and energy that's gone into the budget staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marasco.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the information. As a rookie, I apologize for not getting this question in during the weekly briefing, but it has to do with the staff's reporting on staffing compensation and benefits. Just a little bit of clarification, if possible, in regards to the total cost of all recommendations that are being provided for this adjusted budget. Talks about the 4% increase in the ranges, the 3% proposal, the cost of living, the adjustment of the cost of living, et cetera. And at the end, it says the pay adjustments are estimated to cost $675,000. I don't think that's accurate for all of these recommendations. It may be for a portion of it, but not all. Or am I incorrect on that?
I'm going to call on Melissa. You probably know that.
Yes, I can answer the question. Thank you. With all of the proposed recommendations related to compensation, the total cost is about $4.3 million.
4.3, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And, you know, again, rookie at this meeting, and I look at the budget, a lot of work, appreciate the work that was put into it. But North County remains woefully underrepresented in the capital projects that are planned, North County Inland in particular. And it would be very negligent on my part to support a budget that continues to ignore the promises that have been made, the promises that have been broken, and the needs that we have up in our region, because this doesn't even come close to addressing those needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gasterland.
Thank you very much. We had two speakers from Del Mar, and I'd like to paint a bit of a picture as to why this $14.7 million that was taken away in this budget is so important. This access that is being discussed is in the residential mixed south zone. This area in the south part of Del Mar has more than 25% of the homes in Del Mar. These are the high-density multifamily buildings, hundreds of rentals, and with access to the 101 bus. And many in this region of Del Mar use the 101 bus to get to places, including to the UCSD campus, including to go north to Encinitas, to Leucadia, to Carlsbad. We probably drive to Oceanside. So we have free parking, hundreds of spaces of free parking in this neighborhood, all along the street, Stratford Court, the numbered streets, and there's a large free parking lot right next to Winston School on an area in Del Mar called Shores Park. 5 years is too long to wait for renewed beach access. So what is it that's going on? We had a surprise a year ago when the SANDAG engineers came to the Del Mar City Council. And that surprise was at 8th Street, the bluff was already so disturbed that it was actually feasible to put an underpass underneath the tracks. So what we're talking here is a yin and a yang, where the underpass would greatly increase safety. It would literally eliminate thousands of people wanting to cross the tracks per month from having to figure out a way to get to the other side. I won't talk about how they go, to having an underpass that goes down to the beach. Now, the other side of this is SANDAG's contractors have been down on the beach installing these seawalls. At 11th Street, the engineers were able to stagger the new seawall and the old by about 6 feet and put riprap where there is a path, an informal path down right now. So the 11th Street surfing and swimming and jogging beach access is preserved. At 8th Street, the seawalls connect on the north side straight to the bluff itself. And on the south side, the new wall has a seamless connection to the existing path. There is no informal beach access available that any credible person can go up or down once the seawalls are sealed and go in. That's why the people of Del Mar, especially the South Bluff neighborhood, are asking, please try to find a way to restore this $14.7 million, and please speed up the construction of the access. 5 years is too long. And you know, the conundrum that's in this final budget is that the capital program adjustment is $28.7 million. And this lost amount is $14.7 million. Now, I see Bruce Smith has stepped up here. He and I have plans. We're going to be down on the beach on Monday I'm hoping that this will be an ongoing conversation and that we can really find a way to accelerate this safe beach access. And I'm going to end on a final note. Where these seawalls are, there's a beautiful cove. It's at Mango Reef or the 8th Street Reef, depending on who you talk to. And that cove is available at high tides. And the seawalls block it. So what the surfers are reporting and saying is we won't be able to get out of the water here at high tide until this new beach access from the top with the overpass that's going to make our railroad tracks much safer goes in. So I guess I would implore this board to please be sympathetic, understand that Del Mar has 3 million visitors per year, and we've got hundreds of free parking spaces and beautiful coastal bluff trails. That's why you're hearing from the people of Del Mar. So with that, I want to end on a note that I agree and resonate very much with Deputy Mayor Melendez on these last short projects, and a $14.7 million project that makes our railroad tracks much safer in Del Mar is an example. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to support the budget today, but there's been some great comments up to this. And I represent a large portion of the unincorporated. And so when we're talking about Del Mar, and everything that I've heard sounds absolutely awesome. I have over 100,000 people that live in my district that don't have a vote on this council, and there are no projects in their community. And while you're talking about more access for people that have, we can't even get to those communities. So we don't worry about whether we get to the beach or not, because we don't have it. You see, if you're for equity, you get there by not stepping on somebody else. And we deserve equity too. I have some of the poorest, I have the second poorest supervisory district. I've got communities where their household income is under $60,000. So whether we have pearly white sand or dark sand or brown sand, it doesn't matter. We're not going to see the sand because we actually need mass transit. And SANDAG's done nothing for us. I am grateful that we all supported bringing internet to my district. But we don't have internet, and we're working on it. So as we're thinking through these first world problems, perhaps we could think about the third world I represent. And when we think in terms of equity, we stop thinking about stepping on my district to make sure that nobody has to pay a toll. My district believes y'all should be paying a toll until we have internet. So I just want to put that in perspective. And I agree, on the planning side, it's a catch-22. We don't plan, we don't talk about it. The budget reflects it. But we voted for a tax a long time ago, and we were promised a trolley, and we haven't seen it. In fact, we didn't get anything. And I'm happy that SANDAG's moving forward on fixing the 125.8, because that will help us. But that's a small cry, because that's not even in my district anymore. So when we're moving forward with this, I would ask that we have lofty plans and that we think about where we want to be a decade from now, and we put it on the books. And I get, we can't fund all this stuff, but at least we know that we're in the mix. Right now, there's nothing, zero. 1/6 of the county's population lives in the unincorporated. Lakeside's bigger than many of your cities, and they don't have a vote. And you're getting projects, and they can't get best service. So all I ask, and I'm going to support this, is that next year we see some projects in East County, even if that means that project may take a decade to build or to start. But everybody else, and I'm old enough to remember that it took almost 30 years to complete the last trolley line, that it was in the mid-'80s when we had the notion that we were going to do it. But if you can't dream it, you can't achieve it. And if it's not part of the plan, it's never going to be funded. And we're going to continue to fund projects that are good, but we're funding projects where people have. I'm talking about the residents who have not. And I don't want to step on them anymore. I think that they deserve equal access to all the beaches and all the good things that San Diego provides. So again, I'll be supporting this, but I would like my colleagues to consider all San Diegans, not just the ones in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Can you hear me? First of all, I want to express my gratitude to staff for always briefing us ahead of time and taking the one-on-one. It really does help. But I also want to thank staff for the tremendous effort in preparing budget for an agency as large as SANDAG. While I value the ongoing Palomar Street rail grade separation project, I want to emphasize the critical need for similar projects along the rest of the west side of Chula Vista. The Blue Line are most heavily used, as mentioned. Trolley route significantly, disrupts traffic at its at-grade crossings with surface streets, leading to delays and increasing accident risks. Several upcoming developments, including the 2025 opening of the Gaylord Pacific in Chula Vista and subsequent Bayfront projects, along with the transit-oriented development on East Street with MTS, are expected to intensify road usage across the trolley tracks. Considering the regional priority to enhance transit frequency, these delays will likely intensify. So I guess my question would be, are there funds allocated for exploring potential grade separations in Chula Vista to address these challenges?
Yes, there are. So there's the whole study that's underway to look at rail grade separations on all of our rail lines that's being looked at. So there's a piece in downtown, there's the portion of the Blue Line in South Bay to identify what the priority should be. These are great opportunities for federal funds. So the Palomar Station is one of the capital projects underway. Once the planning is finished, we'll know what the next priority is, and that'll be something that will come forward in a future budget.
Thank you, again.
Thank you, Mayor Minto.
A lot of great comments today. And what's interesting is, and I've said this before, is that we have to look at where are the most important places around the county. And they're North County, South County, East County. And I think it's important for each one of us to make sure that we talk about what's important to our regions, because otherwise they don't get talked about at all. They may be missed. I'm a little bit indifferent about the whole budgeting process, and that's full disclosure, because I think that we put a lot in our planning. SANDAG staff does a great job, but it doesn't matter if we approve the budget or not. All it does is gives us the opportunity to go after more money that I don't know where we really spend it, because I haven't seen a real list over the years of completed projects. And especially in the last 5 years, get a lot of money, but we don't seem to complete anything. And, or maybe I'm just missing it. So, so it's like when, we get called to do a pre-budget, meeting, I'm like, nope, I'm good. Nothing's going to change. And I say that flippantly because I just feel that way. And I haven't said anything for a long time. I mean, because I know people work hard, but I guess maybe, like Supervisor Anderson says, you know what? We hear a lot about planning and budgeting for a lot of places. I'm very fortunate, Santee, we move forward on things. When we go places to get money that's not at SANDAG, and I do that because I don't know how much confidence I have in having a lot done other than maybe some, planning and stuff like that. Caltrans doing a great job helping us out, along the 52 and whatnot, taking on jobs that they hadn't thought about before until we brought them up. That's not necessarily SANDAG money, SANDAG budgeting, or SANDAG planning. So, we have a trolley stop in Santee. It's a great thing. But now MTS is looking at changing how that's done, putting it, stopping things over there in El Cajon on Main Street, then putting in another line or making people get off to come to what they're going to call the copper line. Well, they can call it whatever they want, but I think we're a lot better than just copper, maybe platinum or diamond. But it's just another example, fighting for buses through them. I never have thought that we, need MTS. It should be under our house. It should be, our staff and, we're doing all the funding and all the work anyways, at least wise in my opinion. So I know I'm ranting and raving and kind of carrying on a little bit here, but it's just important for I'm trying to express others. Budget doesn't mean anything to me here. It really doesn't, because it doesn't have an effect. I don't see the effect because I don't know where we're really spending the money except to do a lot of surveys and things. And I'm just trying to tell you what I'm thinking. I know there's a lot of good work being done. I just don't know what the results are yet. So.
Thank you. Lots of good points being made. We'll note, some I'm sure staff's noting is that we do get our annual report at the end of the year as mandated by AB 805. And I think there might be space in there to do a better job of actually touting what's been accomplished over multiple years than just the past year. Maybe there's other ways that could be met, but thanks for that. So Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question on the CIP platform, the computer screen that you showed us in the beginning. You could click on the project and then it gives you the total, how much it's going to cost and everything. I'm wondering if that's going to have, like, for instance, on bike lanes, for instance, which we definitely need to move forward on. However, I am concerned with, and this is just something that I've brought up in the past. So moving forward, I want to make sure we get all the proper information. Some of the bike lanes that we have approved in the past have been in excess of $9 million per mile. And so because I've always asked this question, never actually gotten an answer, and that is, what specifically is the reasoning that these segments cost so much per mile? And if we're given, like, you click on the number as you were showing on the platform, is it going to say it's going to be a certain amount for synchronization of lights at the intersection, or like it's going to be because we have to take out some of the road and actually rebuild the road? Like, that would be information that I think would be pertinent, and then we don't have to keep asking it. If we know it will be provided for every single project, if we have a clear way that we're going to be justifying or categorizing all of the different improvements that are happening with each bike lane, I think that would be super helpful. And then I want to talk a little bit about the Transnet projects. We talk a lot about the transit in the Transnet projects and how it's been promised, and we have to move forward on them. However, we don't have the same sensibility, in my opinion, toward the actual road projects. And, it's still, North County, East County. And then, to Robin Maxon's comments, some of our outlying areas really do have the greatest need. They're so far out, and how are they supposed to get to, to work and to all the places that they want to go? I mean, our tribes, that's pretty far out there, and they have very, very limited options. And so when I think about how we're providing our projects, I think when we talk about equity, yes, that's important, but it also is situational equity, locational equity. Those things definitely cannot be denied. And I think we definitely have not done very good on those sorts of things. And then I want to talk a little bit about the increase in the wages. So we have, I think it was 140 employees that the $4.3 million is going to affect. That's about $30,000 per employee, which seems like a lot of money per employee. I don't know if it's broken down like that. Maybe some insight of that would be helpful. I don't know if my math was wrong on that, but I think, when we talk about all of the things that we're doing and how much money we're spending, and, kind of to Mayor Mento's point as well, it would be helpful for us to have, okay, this is how much, and I think the CIP platform might address this, but it'd be great to have like a highlight because not everyone spends time reading things, to have a highlight of, okay, so here we are on some of our major projects that we know certain board members have asked or discussed at certain points in time. Here we are and I'm just going to use round numbers, $10 million project. We've spent 5 to date. We have another 5 to go. And here's our anticipated delivery date. I think just having like a check-in on some of our more major projects that, board members have inquired about would be very helpful. Like for instance, I think about the 67, which I learned to drive on when I was a kid. I don't even know where we're at on that. Like, and it's not that I'm not, I mean, I read as much as I possibly can, and there's a lot of information, but I think having a check-in on a regular basis would be super helpful for the board and the public too, because they certainly don't know where to find the information. I think that dashboard's going to be great. I really do. And I think it'll go a long way. However, it would also be great to have, just like some highlights of, do you know, I mean, I don't know. On our social media, I'd like for it to be, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but it's great to see that we're celebrating interior, but what are we doing, like with our staff and all that? What are we doing to say, hey, did you know on this project, we're 75% done and it's going to be done by this date? I think highlighting things like that on our social media would probably restore some of the confidence that I think our communities need in the organization, because we're trying to give them information that not what we think is important to them, but things that are digestible for them to understand that we are still delivering projects. Back to Mayor Mento's conversation. I think we could do a lot of things that would go a long way, that don't necessarily cost a lot of money, but are definitely helpful to our communities. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, did you want to address the question she posed? Or
Did
okay.
kind of lay out a few
Yeah.
things. So first of all, with respect to East County, I think as we're looking at the next update to the regional plan, we're looking at that trolley. We're looking at a lot of additional investments. Then that would show up in a future budget. So that's the place to really weigh in. The budget is what helps implement the plan that's been approved. So that's one thing. And I think it's super important that we recognize, and I couldn't agree with you more, Supervisor Anderson, that some of the most disadvantaged households in this entire region are in the unincorporated areas. And we do work closely with the community-based organizations. A lot of times it's hard to get input from the folks in East County. So we appreciate what you bring forward here in the discussion. With respect to, and I'll ask Melissa to answer the question on budget, but we have a $1.3 billion budget. Roughly 5% of that is staff. We have a very, very lean staff here. We had a 14% turnover last year. When we lose 1 or 2 people, it has a huge impact. So having wages that are fair and comparable to wages in the rest of the region among other jurisdictions is really important. And that's what the comp study looked at. That's what the COLA also is looking at, the cost of living increase. And Melissa, I don't know if you have this off the top of your head, but if we know like the total staff cost, and then with the changes that we're talking about with the cost of living increase and with the change in the 130 or so employees, what that delta is, I think that would be important. And I'll give you a second on that. And just to get back to the transparency and the importance of the transparency, the map that we have, this is a starting point. We can build on it. Like this is our first stab at doing this because we know how important that is. Number 2, again, these quarterly reports that we want to bring to you on where all the projects are, where we could actually maybe get to the point if we now can say, guess what, this is almost done, or here's where this project is, and showing you when something's been completed. So having that quarterly update, I think those 2 things are going to help answer a lot of the questions that you all have about what's happening with the projects, what's been completed, and how can we get information at any given time in real time in accordance with, what we have on this map. So Melissa, can you touch on that just so we're clear on the staffing?
Would appreciate the opportunity. Thanks, Colleen, and thanks for the question, Mayor Jones. The
$4.3 million that has been proposed for compensation is for 3 different types of adjustments. We have proposed a 3% COLA. We have included a 3% pool of funds for merit increases. And the third is a pool of funds for what we call market pay adjustments. That would be for the 130 or so employees where we found that their current salary range is lagging the market. So the 4.3 is not just for the 130.
Could I ask a
You can
follow-up?
follow up, sure.
On the merit increases, I recall, I think it was last year in the merit increases, there was only a certain amount of employees. They were all the department heads. If I recall, I could be wrong on this. I'm going by memory, but I feel like most of them or all of them were in the department heads, which, you know, I guess for people like me, we have a couple of employees. Well, I'm just going to say we have an employee that we're kind of unsure about whether there was any wrongdoing by that employee. And I'm trying to be careful on this because it is an employee situation that probably needs to be discussed in closed session. But I guess my question would be, we're not going to be like, who's deciding these merit increases? Like, how does that work? And which employees are eligible for those?
In terms of eligibility,
I don't have a problem with, you know, people getting raises because they've done exemplary work. I don't have a problem with that at all.
If I may just chime in here, I'm sorry.
Sure, yeah.
So just, we can bring back an item on this in more detail. We're extremely proud of how we do our merit increases because it's zero. There are people who get 0 merit increase. And our expectation is that everybody is performing at a high level. That merit pool is really for those who've gone above and beyond. And I'm not sure how much we can share because this is personnel information, but I will tell you that the vast majority and most of that merit, those merit increases have gone to mid-level staff members here, the people who are the boots on the ground getting the work done. And we're really proud of that. We have associate level people who got who got nice increases in comparison to others. So we'd be happy to bring that back. I think that's a model that we're very proud of. It's not just, oh, hey, you did a good job, you get a 2% increase. It's not like that.
And I think,
And well, I was just going to follow up on that. I think that's important because that creates your succession planning so that you've got the people that are incentivized to do a better job, to move up in the organization. So I totally believe that and agree with that. And I think it would be good for us to come back and have just a little more discussion so that we're all clear on how that works, because it is important. We don't want to lose good employees, people that are willing to go over and above. That is really important to the organization.
it might be good to review. Just actually, I think it was you, Mayor Jones, that triggered the very first audit, which was the salaries and compensation audit, which then the output of that was a very rigorous process around how compensation increases were going to be done. So it would be good to review that to make sure that it's still going well, and we could all use a refresher. I do just have one comment, is that you answered a question that I was going to have, which I don't know if it's actually in the report and I missed it, but as part of the salary discussion, I do think it would be useful to have the turnover rate reported in the report so we could see that. It's one of my assumptions. One of the other boards I sit on, of a small organization, was actually seeing 20% turnover. And so we had to, award 13% overall increases just to try to stop losing people like crazy because the turnover was high. And there also can be other reasons for turnover, but it's a good data point to see. And it's a good data point for the board to see as well. So in the future reports, maybe we can see that. With that, looks like we're going around to second time. So if we can keep comments quick for anybody who's talking again, but yeah, Councilmember Gasterlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify after Supervisor Anderson's comment that the project that I'm talking about is required by the Coastal Commission as mitigation for the bluff stabilization phase 5. And that Del Mar welcomes its 3 million visitors per year. So this isn't just for Del Mar, this is for the county.
Thank you for that clarification. Oh, Mayor Vasquez just popped up.
Yes, thank you so very much to staff for all of your time in putting this agenda item together, but also serving to ensure that we had access to information to answer our questions. Just know that we appreciate you and all that you do, but also the very, very thoughtful conversation that has taken place today. I'll tell you from my perspective, what's really important is how we as a board, but also as an organization, maximize the dollars, our time, and our efforts to reduce our transportation time to 1 hour or less. And is this budget in line in doing that? Perhaps not completely, but you know what? We can be on our way. We're looking at $1.3 billion to invest in our transportation systems and all of the aspects that go in line with making sure that that happens. And this is something that I can support. And I appreciate the conversation about equity. Again, my measure of equity is time. And time is so very precious. And someone who's far east and far north, they should be able to get far south and far west in an hour or less. And so I am willing to make a motion that we adopt this budget, but that we continue to have the very thoughtful conversations about how we can make sure that people can get where they want to go in an hour or less, no matter what type of transportation they use throughout San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a motion by Vasquez and a second by Melendez. There's nobody else up on the board. Have I missed anybody that's not correctly there? Otherwise, I see nobody. Please vote. And that motion passes with 2 members absent. With that, we will move on to item number 7, the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry project update. And Colleen, you get to kick this one off too.
Well, we're really excited to bring the team here today to provide you with an update on the SR11 Otay Mesa East Port of Entry project update. There has been a lot going on in this for some time. We wanted to bring this to you to provide you an update of where we are in the process, and also the status of a number of upcoming agreements that need to be put in place to continue moving this forward. So very pleased to have the team here. We have a stellar team that has been working on this for months and months, years and years. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our amazing project manager, Maria.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm the project lead for the SR11 Otay Mesa East Port of Entry. And with me, I have Nikki Tionko, the project lead at Caltrans, and Betsy Blake, our senior legal counsel. And next to me, I have Mario Orso as well.
Hey, staff, it's difficult to hear you. Can you move the mic closer?
Yes, is that better? All right. This is a $1.3 billion project investing in infrastructure in our region, bringing in brand new port of entry with a brand new way of financing. The board is going to have to take many important decisions on how we share the revenues with CBP and GSA for operating and maintaining the port of entry, and how we will reinvest in the corridor. Some of you may feel that we've been talking about this project for a very long time, and yes, we have spent the past 20 years collaborating with our state, federal, and Mexican partners. The target opening day with Mexico was to open to traffic in 2024. Despite being supported by the Department of State and funded by FHWA, CBP and GSA have not allowed us to proceed to final design and construction. Until we come to an agreement on some of the budget challenges with these federal agencies, we will not be able to give you an exact open to traffic date. Right now, we anticipate it probably the end of 2026, maybe 2027. Today, we want to familiarize the board with some very complex agreements that we had been working on for the past 2 years. This is the overview of what we're going to be seeing today. The Alta-Mesa East SR11 project will improve regional mobility and border security, reduce air pollution, fuel economic growth, and binational trade. Nearly 60 billion in trade passed through Alta-Mesa in 2022. The value of trade is also forecasted to grow by 40% by year 2035. And a third of that value will cross through Alta-Mesa East. There are several key components to this project. These sections that you see in blue have been fully constructed. The SR11, SR125, and 905 connectors are completed and open to traffic. The 2 miles of SR11 are also completed. Half of that is already open to traffic. The other half is waiting to have the local roads completed by the developers so that we can also open that second part to traffic. And then we're focusing on the Alta-Mesa East Port of Entry, the commercial vehicle enforcement facility, the ITS, and the tolling system. Right now, we just completed 30% design, and we're waiting for comments by CBP and GSA. Our agreement only took us to 30% design. Until we resolve some of budget issues that are discussed later, we won't be able to move forward with final design and construction. Now, let's take a look at the financial plan. You're probably familiar with this slide. As you can see, there has been a lot of participation from federal funding, state funding, and some local funds. The goal for us has always been to decrease the risk to the agency. So we've managed to come up with a funding plan that is mostly supported by grants and the bonds. But these bonds are non-recourse bonds that will only be supported by tolls collected through this project, the SR11 Alta-Mesa East project. There is a slight budget cost increase due to the delays, cost escalations, and some items that CBP is requesting that we pay upfront for their outfitting. It's creating a little budget shortcut, but we are resolving that with the state. Our leadership is working very closely with the Office of the Governor, is working closely with CalSTA and Caltrans to resolve this issue, and we hope to come back with a solution very soon. Now I'll pass it on to Betsy Blake.
Good morning, or I guess good afternoon. I'm going to talk about some of the agreements that are going to be behind this project. The project depends on a suite of agreements with both U.S. and federal agencies. The first one we're going to talk about is the federal project agreement. That agreement is between a group we call the project sponsors, which is SANDAG and Caltrans, and then our federal partners, CBP, Customs and Border Protection, which you all know, and then General Services Administration. GSA manages the federal properties. So this federal project agreement is intended to memorialize roles and responsibilities related to design and construction of the facility, commissioning and conveyance of the facility, and then operation and maintenance of the facility for 40+ years. So this slide goes over a general timeline of the negotiations with the federal government. Essentially, we've been negotiating with them for 2 years. In July of last year, we executed a memorandum of agreement to complete 30% design, which is about complete. In January, we submitted to them a draft federal project agreement for consideration. We have gotten comments back from CBP. We're still waiting on GSA. We hope to be coming to this board in the coming months with a final agreement for approval. But we've had some challenges, which Maria is going to talk about in a second. So what are the federal requests? I want to give you kind of a background of these negotiations. The federal government has come with a position of cost neutrality. That means that they want all their costs paid for. CBP, for their part, has agreed to request federal funding for staffing every year, which amounts to about $137 million a year. Their requests fall into three general buckets: the capital and outfitting costs for the facility, operation and maintenance, repair and replacement for the 40+ years, and then GSA wants to modernize the facility at the end of 40 years. For SANDAG and Caltrans, what has guided us in the negotiation, in addition to the normal time, cost, performance issues, are first of all, what does our enabling legislation tell us that we can do? So the enabling legislation permits us to use toll revenues to fund things like the federal port of entry, to pay for things like federal operation and maintenance expenses and staffing, as well as our own capital and bond expenses. We're also limited to the amount of revenue that we actually collect. We want to limit SANDAG's financial responsibility. And so what I want to emphasize here is that the bonds that we plan to issue are non-recourse toll revenue bonds. So they're backed solely by the toll revenues that come off State Route 11. They're not backed by Transnet or some other funding source. The other parameter has been the binational tolling agreement that the board approved in 2022. And just to take a poll, how many of you were here when we approved that binational tolling agreement? Could you raise your hands? Okay, so it was, I'm sure one of the most exciting board meetings you had. It's a very detailed agreement. I'm not going to bore you with it. Well, I mean, we have limited time. So, but that agreement outlined the collaborative tolling agreement with Mexico, and it also provided for how we would share the toll revenues with Mexico. The flow of funds that you see before you shows what is called the modified 50-50 split. Essentially, Mexico agreed to, in the early years, allow SANDAG to have 60% of the toll revenue every month so that we could pay off our bonds and then also fund up certain reserve accounts. At the end of the year, the residual revenue, the leftover revenue, we use that to pay Mexico back the extra 10%. Now, we will eventually go to a pure 50-50 under the toll revenue agreement. The reason I show you this slide is because that top right box of residual revenues, after we pay Mexico back, it's 10%. What's remaining in that bucket is what we have to share with the federal government. That's the residual revenue that is available. So let's talk about what are the terms of the agreement. Essentially, SANDAG and Caltrans, we're agreeing to design, construct, and deliver the port of entry. We're also agreeing to provide certain residual revenues to the parties, which we'll talk about, as well as affect the conveyance of the property to the federal government. Not the federal government, to GSA and CBP. GSA and CBP, for their part, are agreeing to promptly participate in the capital delivery, responding to design requests, helping us with commissioning of the facility. They're also agreeing to operate and maintain the port of entry for 40+ years with the support of our residual toll revenue, as well as request staffing. So how are we going to split up the money? So we estimate that there will be about $2 billion of revenue that will be split, as you see in this pie chart in front of you, with certain portions going to fund CBP, SANDAG, and GSA's operation and maintenance and repair and replacement costs. The final slice of that pie, the GSA modernization amount, that gets paid out in later years to help GSA modernize the facility. And this is what that waterfall will look like. Now, in the early years of the agreement, SANDAG wants to fund up the project liquidity fund. That fund's a rainy day fund. And so it will protect bondholders if there's some type of unexpected event, and it will help SANDAG make sure that we can maintain the facility. We want to get that fund up to $60 million. Once we do, and until we do, we're going to split the residual revenue 4 ways to cover SANDAG, GSA, CBP's operation and maintenance expenses, while also funding up that account. After we get that account up to $60 million, we'll fund up the O&M accounts to their maximum funding levels. Then we'll fund up the GSA reserve account, All remaining revenue goes into the project liquidity fund, which at the end of the agreement will be split 50-50 between the parties to be used on eligible expenses in the corridor in accordance with the Act. So I'm going to pass it over to Maria now to talk about some of the challenges we've been having with CBP and GSA.
I mentioned we had a couple of challenges. One is related to a capital cost, upfront cost. Our financial plan can support the three elements that you see there, the port of entry, the state facilities, the ITS, the untolling, the non-intrusive inspection equipment. Those are large X-ray machines for CBP. However, our financial plan did not contemplate paying for fixtures, furniture, and equipment and vehicles for CBP. Right now, as I stated before, we're working with Caltrans to find additional money to be brought to within our budget, state funding, to free up some of the bonds so we can pay for FF&E and vehicles. The challenge with this element particularly is it's a non-transportation cost. So we couldn't find a grant for it. But if we find additional funds for the port of entry itself, then we can use the bonds to pay for this one. We hope to come back soon with a resolution. The next challenge is with the operations and maintenance. Before, Betsy mentioned that CBP has agreed to request funding for their staffing. And this is very important for us because we do not want to take away staff from the adjacent ports of entry. So they are going to seek new funding for staff on a yearly basis. The challenge we have is with the yearly operations and maintenance and repair and replacement. Overall, over the 40 years, we can pay for all of the operations and maintenance costs. However, on specific years when we have large replacement costs, the sponsors might fall short. And we're requesting CBP and GSA to go through the federal budget process and ask for those funds when we're unable to meet it. Of course, everything is based on projections that our studies, so it might not be an issue in the future, but right now the numbers are showing that this might happen in the earlier years.
Great. And now I'll give you a brief update on some of the binational agreements that we hope to be bringing to the board in the coming months. So what are the agreements that are in the pipeline? The first one is a proposed amendment to the toll revenues allocation agreement. It's a technical amendment that I'll talk to you about in a second. There are also several agreements that were expressly contemplated by the toll revenue sharing agreement that the board approved in October of 2022. That includes a custodial agreement with NAB Bank and the toll governance agreement. Those two will be coming with the toll allocation agreement, hopefully before the end of July for the board to approve. The last agreement, the ITS operation and maintenance agreement, we hope to bring back to the board before the end of the year. It will deal with the project's binational tolling and ITS infrastructure. So let's talk first about the technical updates to the toll revenue agreement. Now, to kind of understand these updates, I'm just going to explain for those of you who weren't here when we approved the toll revenue share agreement, this idea of the single toll collection point, which makes this project unique. So under a traditional tolling arrangement, what you would see on a border is Mexico would be tolling for all northbound traffic, and SANDAG or the US side entity would toll for all southbound traffic. Under our tolling agreement that was approved, Mexico agreed not to toll for northbound traffic. That represents about 80% of the traffic that is expected to come through the port of entry. So in exchange, SANDAG agreed to exercise and use its collaborative tolling authority under California law to impose a single dynamically priced toll to manage traffic congestion. And we agreed to split those tolls equitably, either under the modified 50-50 split, which I showed you, or under a pure 50-50 split, which will happen around year 10. So that all stays the same. Under the original structure, though, the whole toll transaction, it happened in State Route 11. So that's where you could pay cash. That's where the actual toll collection point was. FHWA, Federal Highways Administration, they raised concerns over whether or not this structure conformed with certain federal regulations that govern how you can use tolls on a federally funded highway, like State Route 11. And they were concerned that that could prevent us from sharing the tolls with Mexico and also prevent us from using the funds for certain non-surface transportation elements like CBP and GSA's operation and maintenance expenses. We believe their read was very conservative, but we worked with them to craft a solution and tweak the toll structure so that it conformed with their requirements. Together with Mario's leadership, we developed a new structure to move the actual financial transaction out of the State Route 11 footprint. So under the new structure, tolling will be fully electronic. And the primary toll readers, instead of being on State Route 11, we're moving them to the Mexican side of the border so that both northbound and southbound traffic will be pinged outside of the SR 11 footprint. Then the actual toll transaction, which is electronic, will be happening in SANDAG's tolling center. There will be a set of secondary redundant readers on the US side that would be used if the Mexican readers were to go down. So under this new structure, we'll be able to share the toll revenues with Mexico as well as use the revenue to support those non-surface transportation elements like paying CBP and GSA's operation and maintenance expenses. And just this week, we signed an MOU with FHWA confirming this new tolling structure works with the regulations. Some other minor changes, we're changing the agreement's name from toll sharing to toll allocation to be in better sync with federal highways regulations. The other change relates to when we pay Mexico interest. Under the original agreement, we were to pay them interest on the extra 10% at the end of the year. Under the new agreement, that interest will be paid monthly. Our financial advisors say that there will be no material impact on the finances with that change. It's being done to conform with Mexican federal law. So that's the big one. The other two that should be coming before the end of July is the custodial agreement with North American Development Bank. The board and Mexico's Department of Transportation, SICT, agreed in the toll allocation agreement that NAB Bank would be the custodian of the funds. They'll hold the funds and distribute the funds, kind of like an escrow. This agreement is almost fully complete. NAB Bank was chosen. I don't know how many of you are, some of you I think are very familiar with NAB Bank. It is a binational financial institution made up of governments of both the US and Mexico, and is considered very trustworthy to hold the funds. The other agreement that will be coming to the board is the Binational Toll Governance Agreement. It's another binding agreement with SICT, Mexico's Department of Transportation, and it creates and structures the Binational Working Group, which was a group that was agreed to under the Toll Revenues Allocation Agreement. And that group, which will be a Brown Act body made up of technical advisors, will advise the SANDAG board on toll setting and toll policy. The board still maintains control over the toll setting and toll policy. The group will also approve the tolling operation and maintenance expenses budget. Those are the expenses that are paid off the top by NAB Bank before they split the revenue. So those are the agreements that will be coming back to the board. We'll be providing more information in the future. I'm going to hand it over to Nikki Tianco to provide an update on some of the design and construction activities.
Right, so I will provide you with the updates on the design and construction. So while we are working on our various agreements that Betsy just mentioned, the design of the facilities was ongoing. In fact, the design of the facility has reached its 30% milestone. This facility is being master planned and is designed to be modular so that it can grow. What you see here is the initial build out. Opening day will have 7 passenger vehicle lanes northbound and 5 commercial northbound vehicle lanes. Here is another look at the initial site build out. The ultimate layout includes 25 passenger lanes northbound and 20 northbound commercial vehicle lanes. And here you have another look of what that ultimate layout would look like. This facility also includes a California Highway Patrol facility for safety inspections before the commercial vehicles enter into the state highway system.
And then also a quick update on Mesa de Oteido's progress. We took a visit to this facility. We took our federal partners at the Office of the Secretary of Department of Transportation, who has been supporting us since the beginning. Mexico has acquired all of their land. They have completed 60% of their construction for both access road and the facility itself, and they are scheduled to finish the construction in June of this year. Here you have recent photos from the visit. These visuals illustrate the tangible progress that Mexico has achieved, and this reinforces our binational commitment to a timely project completion. And finally, I'll pass this to Maria to talk about next steps.
Thank you. So our primary focus is to advance the negotiations with CBP and GSA so that we can get to final design and construction. We're also going to be completing these binational agreements with Mexico and hope to be back in July to get your approval to execute, to consider the approval to execute these agreements. At the same time, once we resolve the budget issues, we'll proceed with updating the investment grade and traffic and revenue study that would allow us then to move towards the bond issuance next year. This concludes the presentation, and now we're open to comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen, Maria, Betsy, and Nikki for the very thorough presentation. Can we start with public comment? Tessa?
Thank you. I have 3 in-person public comments and 5 virtual. Truth, please come to the podium.
Who's really worried about risk exposure when October 2022, despite an audit finding tolls were not charged correctly, 3 days later, the OTI toll agreement was pushed through anyway. Rebranding it from toll sharing to toll allocation doesn't change the reality that Mexico would literally make money off of our infrastructure, our commerce, and our agencies. So much for equity. And for the inevitably biased binational working group, it says voting members will be reimbursed for their travel expenses. Does that mean this county will also pay for the Mexican members? I also have no interest in talking to this group. And from the item, quote, this project does not show sufficient revenues to support construction, outfitting, operations, and maintenance, end quote. So 2 years later, and there's still not enough money for this tollway. Yet on page 60, it says everyone can pay for everything. No consistency or maybe no honesty. And SANDAG wants to rely on Mexico for the toll readers, whose government is even less trustworthy than our own. And what happens if SANDAG's toll readers go out again? This future dynamic fiasco will trump the current 125 one at the expense of our county's poorest people.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Mark, will be followed by Michael Brando. Mark, please come to the podium.
No time. You guys need to see these 2 video titles on YouTube to understand. Goodbye, American Sovereignty. Hello, USMCA. Start that at 3 minutes. And Rosa Koire, spelled Koire, Rosa Koire Part 1. The full title is longer behind the green mask. So, improved border security, bullshit. If they wanted to do that, they'd build the 3D houses along the border, and that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone for housing and securing the border, of which we only have about 14% we accept as American citizens anyway. People paying to cross the border electronically. People never paid to cross before. It's bullshit, and I don't want Mexico having any of my electronic information on me. That's total bullshit. The North American Development Bank, why should they have something on me for me to cross the border? Rosa Koire talks about this in the video title I mentioned about them tracking us. There are 11 mega regions. She talks about that in part 2. You can see part 1 and part 2. And this whole thing is just a total scam.
And your time expired. Next commenter, Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Paula Bold and then Alan C.
I'm going to address the omissions here. It's interesting that we've got all this talk going on when we've got a border invasion going on. The controlled demolition of the American society. How about that? And you guys are here playing this nonsense with this kind of stuff. I'm leaving after this speech because I cannot stand being in a room with mostly Stepford Wives type people. Do you remember the 1975 film, The Stepford Wives? Many of you are like that program. There's a few of you that are an exception to that. And for those few of you that still have a conscience that can see beyond what's really going on here, I'm going to recommend a book I was recommended by Jeff Weitzman. This book is called Fruit from a Poisonous Tree. It looks like that. If you go on Amazon, Fruit from a Poisonous Tree. Fruit from a Poisonous Tree. It's written by Melvin Stamper, and it's showing exactly, just like Rosa Curry did, exactly what this organization is doing.
And your time has expired. Our next commenter, Paul LeBold, will be followed by LNC and then phone number 813. Paul, please go ahead.
Hi, Paul Bold. Why does the United States part of the Otay Mesa crossing look so unfinished, as the governor of Baja California pointed out? Is it unfinished? And when you say Federal Action Project Agreement, do you mean the federal United States or the federal Mexicans? Actually, to me, a huge issue right now is how will this link up with Transnet and all these computer tolling systems? Don't you need a fully tested and operational tolling back office system in place before you charge tolls? Or do you want to risk an international incident? Until there is, I do not see how you can have a binational agreement.
On your time expired. Our next commenter, LNC, please go ahead.
No, billions of our tax spent on Otay East port of entry given to bonds bank investors, same as 125. Yet north of us are 11. The 125 connection plan is managed lanes will remain a permanent toll for most that cannot carpool. The heavy delivery trucks from another country, will they be tax exempt on 125 toll? Tolling the cost of commerce transport from Mexico affects the entire county. However, in quoting Sandag's own proposal, it is not equitable when just a few get the freeway pass versus majority commuters that cannot carpool drive 125 or any road that's already paid by Transnet tax, already paid for. Yet we're being double taxed on these fast track tolls. Look at 15 North disaster. 805 is clogged with East Lake commuters because they avoid 125. I yield back.
Our next commenter, phone number 813, will be followed by the original draw and final commenter Blair Beekman. 813, go ahead.
Yeah. Whoa, such a racket. Splitting toll revenue with Mexico. If that doesn't scream agenda for the 21st century, I don't know what does. 1.3 billion investment of infrastructure, not investment of the people. Insanity. Let's see, a reminder from John Lennon. Our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends. And I think I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. That's what's insane about it, end quote. You know, what we need is sustained outrage. That's what we need, some sustained outrage. There's far too much unthinking respect given to authority. Straight out, man. SANDAG only cares about money and being federally compliant and a whore to the global agenda at hand. For the love of humanity, wake up, wake up, wake up. All of you, wake up.
Your time expired. Next commenter, the original draw, followed by final commenter Blair Beekman. The original draw, please go ahead.
This is an absolute disconnect from reality. We have an invasion going on our border, and you're expecting Border Patrol to work in this site. How does that make any sense when they can't even deal with the increase of illegals that are crossing our border on a daily basis, and soon will be in the 5,000 per day range? And how do you expect them to deal with that and then come over here and hire more people just so that you can have this port of entry? You know, it would be helpful. Instead of having the people cross over the wall and around it, why don't you just tell them to go to the port of entry? What difference would it make at that point? Right? If you're just letting, because then you couldn't let everyone in or whatever, make your own line, just like at the airport. If you're illegal and you need to cross right here, here's the special station for you. Then you don't have Border Patrol all over the freaking place trying to find these people, process them, and then release them onto the streets. It's so fantastic, but it's so ridiculous that you guys think that you don't have an invasion going on. You want to get money from Mexico. Well, the federal government is working with Mexico to facilitate the invasion of our border and destruction of our nation.
And your time expired. Our final commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I think the ideas of a free, open border and people working through the ports of entry is a really important concept in our lives. So I'm all for how to work towards good measures towards that. Thank you for this item a lot. You know, Tech Accountability came together in 2014, basically to address how to reduce and end the era of 9/11. So I've been interested to be a part of its process and how, you know, it can work at the border. And this did it very well. The presenter presented it very well, how technology can work and the different sides of the border, how technology can work. Good luck on continuing those efforts, and we can be clear on the technology process. They're going to be biometric stuff. Don't be afraid to talk about the tech that will be involved. The presenter did a great job, I think. All the tech and how the process can work. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments.
Thank you, Tessa. Thank you for the public commenters. I did want to just take a quick minute to notice that I guess by my measurement, we're now in extra innings. And I appreciate everybody that's still here for hanging out. I hope you can hang out for a while longer. We do have one more report after this, and we have one must get to closed session item as well. So please do your best to hang on there as you can. With that, we'll move into the member comments, and the first person up is Councilmember Chavez.
First of all, I want to thank the staff for this complete report. This is 20 years in the making, this project. This is not something that was brought forward lightly. I remember because I had the privilege to be in these first discussions as I was working 22 years ago in binational affairs. And we have Mario Orso here, who's been considered the father of Otay Mesa too in the region. So we have the best understanding of what we are seeing here today is the most complete and explicit information that we will ever have. I just, from the times of Senator DeCheney, who was very involved also in this discussion, and credit where credit should go. And I just want to mention that I was also a part of the Cross-Border Express when it was just an idea, and there was a lot of opposition. But when you think about the Cross-Border Express helping, or the users a year being 4.3 million, you're talking about also the wait times at a border, the contamination at a border. You're taking 4.3 million people a year of contaminating this region. And so solutions moving forward, we shouldn't be afraid of progress. If we can prevent wait times, we have to be mindful that people that live in the Baja side, we are considered one region. We unfortunately, we don't have enough affordable housing. And this is also a workforce. This is a floating population that we share. These are not migrants. These are people that are on a daily basis commuting north to south, south to north. I just wanted to mention this and thank staff for all this information. But I do want to ask, because I have to ask. So it was mentioned, I think it was on page 19, that the toll transaction location was going to be at SANDAG at the back office system on SR 125. And where we had the South Bay Forum I asked this question a few months ago and they said, oh, no, we're not going to have the offices there. And though I do love this project, I think it's a great solution. Anything we can do to reduce border crossings, contamination, just wait times in general, for me, it's something I will always support. But I do want to have a little bit more information on how it's going to work on the end of financial. What does that mean to the 125 office? And of course, we all know why I'm asking this, because I'm very involved and curious on the financials of the 125 and how it's going to be shared with Otay Mesa too.
Right. As far as tolling, we're in a very systematic process right now with the planning stages that is going to determine what type of back office we need. So we're developing the concept of operations together with our Mexican partners. They're very experienced when it comes to tolling. They have multiple highways with tolling on their side. And we do follow the same type of process. So that has made the conversation very easy. We know there will be challenge ahead of us, but we're going through the process without taking any shortcuts. And we're going to evaluate all the options, whether we go with A to B or we go with an independent standalone back office. That decision has not been made. We'll evaluate these options and we'll bring them forward with our recommendation in the coming months, hopefully by the end of this year. And Mario wants to add some comments.
Hi, thank you for your question. I think something that's very important, and Maria touched on it, in several of the commenters, public commenters, and others brought, and you may be thinking about this. First of all, Maria just brought up, we're going through a systematic process, because when the team was thinking about this presentation, we also think about possible questions. So a possible question is, hey, you know, we're having issues on the 125, so how can you get your act together on this one that may be a little bit more complicated? So, hey, team, let's go systematically. Let's do the concept of operations. Let's look at the proofs and make some very solid decisions. We have time, and we do also have a 6 to 1 year month process to test the system. That's one thing. Now, the back office will be in the 125 building. It could be in another building, but the whole purpose of this is that the readers in Mexico are still part of that off the tops belonging to us, and the redundant system is also belonging to us, and the back office is also belonging to us. We have full control of the operation. We are negotiating on how we maintain and operate the systems down there. But the idea was to be in compliance with federal highways in order to be able to have more expanded use of the dollars, to be able to pay for what CBP wants, and to be able to honor our commitment on sharing the funds. So the team is going in a very solid pace manner to make it something that works. Technology is there, it's doable. It's just doing your homework and implementing. But everything will be under the control of this body, of this agency, in the back office, where the actual financial transactions will occur, will be in the US under the 125 building. That doesn't mean what happens with the 125. Many things can happen with the 125 in the future, but that's still an operation center that can be used for this facility, the OME facility.
Anything that can help us in revenue for the 125 is welcome. I'm just going to say that. I just really quick, if I may, I wanted to first, I would love to promote for the board of directors to have a tour of the land and the facilities and maybe map it out maybe in future meetings. I think the grandiousness of what's coming, it's really going to put a face on what we're talking about, because we see it and it's a great project, but when you're there, you just have the grasp of what's coming. And I would propose maybe a meeting, a tour, something so we can go down and see the facilities. And also what I would also mention, Customs and Border Protection officers. I saw the negotiations with Cross Border Express, and be ready because they won't ask for everything because there's something that they're adding. I know how it works, and I really do love Customs and Border Protection. I have a great relationship with them, but I'm sure how many do we know how many officers we need from them?
They're asking for 430 something staff members, new staff.
New staff. Okay. For how many lanes?
7 passenger lanes northbound, 5 cargo lanes northbound, 3 cargo lanes southbound, and 3 or 4 passenger lanes southbound.
And I guess the question moving forward is how, as board members, how as congressional leaders that we have access to, and how can we help to talk to these with General Service Administration, with CBP that are holding back. And I know Mexico is already ahead of us with, and I know you can talk about that, Mario, that Mexico actually got there before us, right?
Mexico, like the presentation mentioned, will be finished June, July, and Assistant Consul Generals here also. So they're even equipping the port of entry with their own X-ray machines already, and they'll just be waiting for when we're ready.
And again, before I end my comments, I just want us to be mindful of the human factor, right? There shouldn't be wait times for people that are coming northbound, crossing the border every single day, having to do 3 or 4 hours, working 8-hour shifts, and then sometimes doing 3 hours more going southbound. This is why we're elected. This is why we're here, to make our constituents' lives a little better, our regional constituents' life a little better. We're not in Island. We have to plan ahead, and we have to plan together. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Xu.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Thank you so much for explaining the complexities of this project and all the agreements that you've been working on. Now I know that the other part of your job, Betsy, of working on these projects is huge. Just for clarification, the current border crossings that we have now for trucks and vehicles, are they funded pretty much by the federal government, by GSA? And those, I mean, does SANDAG pay any money to the existing crossings?
They're funded by GSA and CBP.
So I want to make that clear, that the obligation of border crossings and checking vehicles back and that's coming northbound is the obligation of the federal government. And I'm appalled that the federal government wants to come into this project on a neutral basis. It's their current systems that are inadequate, that's causing huge amounts of pollution on both sides of the border, huge delays. That is the problem. And the federal government is not following through on their obligation to have efficient crossings for the commerce that helps us all, helps all of us in our region as well as beyond. So I want to bring that up forward, because should that administration, should our federal administration actually change to the point in which they will fund this project, I have another idea of how we may be able to deal with these revenues. So I don't think we should change necessarily, but should the federal government should provide additional funding so that they pay for some of this, maybe the buildings, the GSA portion, maybe 4,400 additional staff that they are obligated to provide, we would have a little bit more money. And I'm proposing that should that ever happen, that we think ahead, that we use that funding to ease some of the health impacts that are occurring on both sides of the border, that we deal with the issues of making our system cleaner and better and more efficient, so that it relieves some of the problems we have in the communities that are being so adversely affected by border crossing. I think that's what we need to really do. And lastly, I did put a question to staff, just make it official. There is an issue of as we increase the number of crossings, does the phenomenon of induced demand apply? And if it does, how can we address that through transportation demand management strategies and other ways to deal with this system? Because let's face it, these trucks, after they cross the border, affects our entire region. They affect me in La Mesa for my constituents, which have to deal with more trucks and vehicles. They get off the freeway because the freeway is already congested and impact our city streets. Many cities in our region are already affected by that issue. So we need to study this well so that we could keep our impact levels down and still have the kind of commerce and cross-border successes that we have in our region. And lastly, it's been mentioned by other board members, as we deal with planning in our region, we have to make a soft line when it comes to the international border. We cannot stop. And I'm glad that this project sees our region in that way, that our region and SANDAG deals with things across the border because we are so impacted by things beyond our border. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not really sure where to start on this. You know, back in March, I'd asked staff for a briefing on the Otay Mesa East crossing, and I got it. And I walked away enlightened by some of the information that they've shared today. But I also walked away thinking how pissed off I was to think that we would open this binational port of entry and that Mexico would get a large sum of money. And although they've spent stuff to fill their infrastructure, they would not be required one iota to reinvest that money into infrastructure into the Tijuana area. Many of you know that where I live, the cross-border pollution crisis that we've experienced for decades has worsened. The beach I grew up surfing on, I've not been able to go in the water in over 800 days. We have a permanent closed beach sign. You know, I look at Councilmember Donovan, he's experiencing closures that are unprecedented in Coronado. They've never had this. So my comments aren't directed solely at this project. I understand how long it's been going on. I appreciate staff and all the hard work they put into us and continue to put into this to get us past the finish line. But I can't express the frustration that I feel that as we watch this border crossing open, you know, it's been mentioned by a couple of the board members here talking about air pollution and the importance of having a border crossing that's a lot more efficient and moves people through. I can only imagine when we have the ability to move through these crossings, how much more commerce will come, which means more population on Mexico's side, more of Americans living down there because the cost of housing continues to rise. And so as I watch the population of Tijuana increase, not only to the south of the border, but to the east, I can only imagine what this is going to do to the Imperial Beach. We have fought hard. Our mayor continues to fight hard. Our Councilmember Libreng Gonzalez, we continue to fight and advocate for federal funding to get the infrastructure fixed on our side. I agree with Member Hsu. This is a regional issue. Yes, at some point, somebody took a map, drew a line and said, this is Mexico, this is US. However, this border pollution affects both of our communities to a great extent. I try not to be frustrated. I try not to be angry about this, but this is personal. But I know that solutions lie on the horizon. And so, you know, I would ask that as we go forward, from the SANDAG point of view, that we create a small group of delegates made up of SANDAG staff, board members, that we work with the Mexico government in parallel as this project comes to a finish point in the next few years, that we work and have that conversation, that we open up the dialogue and talk to them about how we can help use some of the revenue that's going to come from this new border crossing to help fix their infrastructure. Because as much as Imperial Beach deals with the pollution and hitting our beaches, the economic impact, the quality of life, you know, I had some comments I want to screenshot. I wanted to share that people are talking, they have been sick for 2 years, in and out of hospitals with their kids because of asthma attacks. People cannot open their windows at night because the stench is so bad. And looking at as the south part of, or the northern part of Baja grows, that butts up to the American side, how that population growth will have an impact. Pollution through the Imperial Beach area is not new. This has been going on for well over 100 years. The biggest increase over the past 5 years is because of the growth of the population of Tijuana. These are just facts. They're not something that I'm guessing at. So again, I would ask that we as SANDAG, as a board, we commit to having a group to open up those conversations and to look for solutions. I feel through this project and with Mario and all those who have helped, those relationships are strong. You can see they believe in this project just as much as we do. They finished pretty much what they've said they were going to, and we're still working with our federal government, with the CBP and GSA to get to the finish line. Again, we heard that earlier, how important it is that we finish projects. This is a huge project. It will have big impacts for our region, which includes the Mexico side, but I can't fathom what the pollution will be like when this finishes up, how much more the population will grow, how much more underfunded that their infrastructure will be, and what that means to the people of not only Imperial Beach to Coronado. This will impact southern part of San Diego County, Councilman Moreno's district, and also into Chula Vista. Jack, you're right. You may be smelling what we smell in a few years if the population continues to grow and this does not get fixed. You know, I apologize for it's emotional to me. Like I said, it's personal, but I hope that there's a solution that we can work forward with Mexico and have those conversations on a bigger platform. And I believe it's possible because of the relationships that have been formulated over the past couple decades to get this project from a thought, an idea, a dream, to the reality that it's going to be finished in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well spoken. Councilmember Gasterlin.
So sure, I want to follow up that comment. So I totally empathize. I mean, one thing we know from my colleagues at Scripps is that contamination is making its way up northward. It's hitting SIO, it's hitting Del Mar, and it'll keep going further north because of the way the currents work, even though they mostly flow south. My comment is, when I first got on this board, people asked me, what's SANDAG and what are the projects that SANDAG does? And I learned about the Otay Mesa East project early on. And I was part of the board in 2021-22 when we, in 2022, broke ground and made it a point to get on that bus and to go out for that tour. And I do agree with Councilmember Chavez, this board, it'd be great to get us out there for a tour. It's remarkable to see what's actually out there and walk it with your own feet. Don't wear suede boots, wear sneakers, because it's a little dusty right now. So I've watched the project and I consider this one of the most important projects that SANDAG is doing. And it was a pleasure 2 days ago to meet with you, Maria, and your team, and to get to know the people in charge of this who are guiding it. I asked you, what has made these negotiations so complicated? And you walked me through it in a way that I could understand. I've always wondered, my aunt worked for the GSA for her entire career, like 50 years. And I would ask her, what do you do? And she would say, you don't even want to know. But you've had to deal with that and you're doing it well. So what stood out to me 2 days ago and today is this revelation that if a redundant set of toll readers are put on the Mexico side of the border, what we get is, it's not a system that depends on toll reading in Mexico. It's a system that has built-in redundancy so that every transaction is registered twice. So the fact of it will be registered on both sides, but on the Mexico side, that's where the transaction will be considered to happen. So that solves some otherwise just impossible problems. So, neat idea, and I'm so glad that it's possible. Councilmember Chavez already talked about the air quality improvements, the wait time improvements. What I want to add to that is we have incredible high tech, including companies like Qualcomm here in the San Diego region. And Sorrento Valley to east and south all benefit from the high tech, and including the presence of the Navy and all of the naval operations that we have in the area. So this cross-border traffic opens the possibility of semiconductor manufacturing happening and having a much more seamless, high-tech growth across the border as well. And I see that, and I see that as great potential. And that's why I tell people the Otay Mesa East has the opportunity to really be transformative for our region. And I guess I'll end on a note of, I hope that these conversations and the relationships and the increased revenue streams that will be a result of this, that we'll be able to leverage the relationships and direct these revenue streams to solve the water problems. And if semiconductor manufacturing does happen on the south side of the border, it's going to take a lot of water. You got to clean the silicon, and the only thing that cleans it is clean water. So let's get there together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Minto.
Lots of interesting comments. I think maybe the only person who can answer this is Mario. But when was this first talked about? Who brought this forward? And then I have some follow-up questions and comments.
Okay. Well, the team is fully now burst with a brain dump with all the information. It was done in the late 90s, late 90s. There was an MOU that SANDAG signed with Caltrans with the Baja California government after analyzing multiple locations that this was the last remaining possible location of a new port of entry in the San Diego, Tijuana region. So it was in the late 90s.
Was GSA or any other government agency besides those in California and SANDAG involved in that?
After that, the border master plan was developed, and GSA actually developed a feasibility study that was funded by Caltrans. And that feasibility study that was done by the GSA looked into the new port of entry and the modernization of the existing Otay cargo facility that just got finished. So they evaluated that the Otay cargo facility was going to need to be fixed, but they acknowledged in that document that a new port of entry was going to be needed. So sometimes certain federal agencies get some amnesia because they were the ones who developed the actual document that officially began this project.
Okay, that's why I'm asking this question, because it's been a long time since we've been talking about this when I was on borders. And so my recollection 22 years ago is not as well as maybe it should be. But it's just like everything else. As you go along and your story after story and one completion after another, and milestones are reached, some are not reached, hindsight's always the better vision, right? And so today, what I understand, and I've kind of talked about this a little bit here and even during the interviews, is that well, first of all, I want to make sure, because I've heard some different names used, and I want to make sure I'm correct. We have San Ysidro Port of Entry, the Otay Port of Entry.
Yes.
Otay 2 Port of Entry.
Otay 2 is the companion to Otay Mesa East. Mexico calls it Otay 2. We call it Otay Mesa East.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because hearing those two different names, it can be confusing to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to go down that road, no pun intended, on what those mean. So here's a couple of thoughts. First of all, in order to do any of this, we needed to get a presidential permit, correct?
Correct, and we got two, because this was the first one that we got was the first of its kind, that it had a 10-year sunset period, because the federal government was concerned, or that they had given so many presidential permits for other borders in Texas, Arizona, and they weren't being developed, that they gave us a 10-year horizon. That was with the Bush administration. The renewal happened with the Trump administration. We got renewed for another 10 years.
Okay, and so is there any contingency upon that presidential permit, for instance, that if when we start construction of the actual buildings, not the freeways, but the actual buildings or facility, does that expire or does it toll or does something happen to that presidential permit?
Once we begin construction and the SILA and the IBWC gives us the permission to pierce the border, and we have begun construction, the presidential permit, you could say, is in effect, meaning that the timetable, the clock stops because we have started the border project and we have notified that by national agency of our intent of doing a door at the border.
Okay, but doesn't go away.
No, that is your permit to, let's say that's your business operation, your permit to operate a business, let's call it like that. This is the federal government's permit to operate a border crossing.
Okay, gotcha. And then one of the things I think, Betsy, you might have said this while you were talking, and it struck me, it says that this project is contingent upon agreements. And so my question that I wrote down was, why wouldn't we get these agreements before starting the project or, building the freeways? Because it's almost like when I'm doing work at my house, and I've got to make sure I get all the permits and stuff before I start paying, other than paying for maybe design. I'm not paying my contractor, for building a block wall before I get the permits. So it's kind of that theory. Why didn't we get this agreement before we start doing the work?
I'll answer it. We got the permits that we needed for a project. The presidential permit, the NEPA and CEQA document were accomplished. The agreements that Betsy has presented we're building a 21st century border with a business model that doesn't exist anywhere else. So nobody knew how the structure was going to be or the agreement of even sharing revenues. When I began this project, one of my main concerns was, to be quite honest with you, was the traditional tolling structure that Betsy talked about is you toll either in the northern or southern border is the country where you're leaving owes that, meaning northbound in this border, Mexico collects, southbound the US collects. Well, Chichin, 80% of the revenue is northbound. That means that we were already behind the 8 ball in order to be able to finance that. So when we presented the agreement in 2022, that was presented here, that it was that we were already gaining because when we started, we were at 80-20. So then we went to 60-40. Those things in 2008, we did not know. We didn't know the dynamic tolling structure. Technology has changed. In federal highways, quite honestly, when we presented the document, the agreements, they said, fine, it's great. When they took a deep dive into Title 23, they brought up issues just recently. And like anything, when you have an issue, you go and solve it. So this is how we solve the issue, by creating a redundant system. But the actual permits, let's call it the meat and bone permits that are needed for a project, were actually acquired before beginning construction.
Okay, I'm great on the permit being, my concern is, and I guess I would probably be remiss in asking this question. Are you confident that we're going to reach agreements with all these folks? Because if we don't, you can't move forward, right?
Absolutely. We cannot move forward.
Okay.
So
then,
we will be reaching agreements. they're complicated agreements. And the whole purpose of today's presentation is being extremely transparent and presenting to all of you who are the board and the future toll collection authority. This is the agreement. This is the avenues that we're taking. If you see anything wrong, let us know or correct action. But this is our spirit to be extremely transparent because like the team said, this summer, we will be coming hopefully with multiple agreements to ask permission to execute.
Okay, and then I want to kind of make a comment to Jack Fisher's, position. And so this is very much a California and Mexico crossing, a lot for commerce. And I think that's a lot of that's going to be done there. And one of my concerns is that if we are unable to get the feds to fund the CBP and staffing and whatnot, because we have 2-year legislative cycles usually. If you can't get it done in 1 year, you try another year, or may get put into suspense to another year. So you could be talking anywhere from 2 to 4 years to get the right group of legislators in Washington to say that this is an important federal border crossing, and that we need to not just fund the building and everything, but to make sure that we have enough officers and administrative staff and everything to put in there. And because if that doesn't happen, then as many promises that we make, 2 years, 4 years, a year, whatever, because I remember in front of Borders, I think about a year or so, there was a promise, get ready, we're going to be busy this year because we're going to be opening that border point of entry, and it's not going to happen. And so the pushing out is my concern, because what's going to happen, and I don't know, maybe the Assistant Consul General can, speak to this, but with all the promises that are being made to Mexico, and they've made all their, done everything they've been asked to do. They've spent, the $300-400 million or whatever it is. And then nothing may happen on our side of the border. So where does that leave them? And then let's say we ask them to go into a, agreement or to work with us on the Otay, river issues with all the sewage and everything. Why would they want to work with us in the future if we can't, deliver? I'm trying to be very polite about it, because I think I'd be thinking about, geez, you got a lot of promises here that haven't been made. That's a lot of money. $300-400 million, a lot of money to, whether it's in the United States or in Mexico. So I guess maybe that's kind of where I'm going to end it at, and just have you kind of address all that. And because it gets around to like what Jack was saying and the other Jack was saying too. And because I want to make sure, and I just want, before you answer these questions, I just want to say this. I understand the comments from the audience, our speakers, about why with people just walking across the border, as we see on television all the time, why would we worry about, an Otay Mesa East port of entry? And in my opinion on that is because this is where the people who want to do the right things would cross the border. But the people that want to do things legally and whatnot. And if they're doing that, they're adding to the commerce, and they're not just taking. Away from our, tax dollars for whatever their issues might be. And that's not necessarily a, popular thing to say, but it's happening. It happens every day, whether it's medical or
Mayor,
otherwise.
can we summarize a little bit? Sorry, could we get to a question or a comment really quickly? It's
So
going
I
on.
just want to say, I understand that. And that's why I think this is an important, facility to build, and but also creates jobs. So anyhow, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, so thanks, Mayor. My thought is, a lot of good requests there. I would suggest we try to take as much of it offline as possible and they can connect up with you and answer your questions because we do need to move the meeting along. I think that, you know, my belief is the one thing that keeps me hopeful about this project, as far as I can tell, everybody really wants it. The Mexican side really wants it. The US side really wants it. We all really want it. Makes me think that we'll figure out a way to get it done. But you know, in order to try to make sure the meeting keeps moving on, unless someone else would like to jump in and say it's really important to answer this in this forum, I'd suggest we try to take the responses to that offline because we could be spending a lot of time on it, if you don't mind. Thank you. Anybody?
I have my.
Yeah, there's more people up. That's why I'm trying to. So yeah, the next person up was Councilmember Moreno, actually.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for the presentation. As I stated earlier, one of our main objectives here at SANDAG in our mission statement is to develop solutions for regional issues, transportation being one of the themes. And so this Otay Mesa 2, am I saying that wrong now? Otay Mesa, this presentation really showcases a project that is going to alleviate a big transportation issue that we have. I do want to acknowledge all the agencies on both sides of the border that have been involved in moving this project forward. I want to remind folks, we're talking about $50 billion of commerce that goes through Otay Mesa. This isn't money that's just impacted in the Mexican side. This is money that goes to Escondido. This is money that goes to San Marcos. This is money that stays in Otay Mesa. And so this is a very second most important commercial crossing of the whole nation is Otay Mesa proper, the one that currently has 4,600 trucks going down just southbound every given day. So I wanted to point that out. The other thing that it just, you know, it dawned on me during this meeting is the potential revenue for SANDAG is just crazy. The potential revenue that this agency is going to have a hold of, I don't know what year that's going to be, but the potential revenue is going to be immense, given the amount of people that are legally trying to cross the border going northbound to essentially spend money in the United States. So I too am concerned with the tolling issues that SANDAG has had that have been revealed. And I trust that will be rectified sooner rather than later. I do want to point out, last month I had the opportunity to meet with key officials from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection in Washington, D.C. to advocate for the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry. One of the main key takeaways from that meeting was a congressional appropriation that is needed for CBP to staff the Otay Mesa Port of Entry while also maintaining existing staffing levels at other border crossings. So, you know, as a reminder, we can have the most modern port of entry in the U.S., but we do have to staff it at levels that are needed to operate our state-of-the-art port of entry. So I appreciate Member Chavez's comment about how do we push federal legislature, particularly Congress, to make that appropriations move forward. So with that, I would encourage my colleagues to continue advocating, and maybe we need to change the name. I've been thinking about that too. Maybe we need to change the name because Otay Mesa 2, Otay Mesa. And you know, I will say that a few years ago, GSA did put $120 million in modifications to Otay Mesa proper. It's not enough. The federal agency that did that recognized the economic power that we are. It was done by a presidential mandate, presidential execution. I think, and I will point out, not that I do this often, and it was under the Trump administration. He recognized the importance of this region and this border. We still need more, right? We still need more. We have a ton of people waiting in line, going northbound, waiting 3 to 4 hours, polluting in their cars, polluting in my San Isidro in their cars. And so, and they're waiting to spend money. at Disneyland, at SeaWorld, at Legoland. So we definitely want to. Santee Lakes, which has a wonderful holiday light show that I did attend. Yes, so we need to continue pushing forward. This is a regional asset, and I'm happy to get this update, and I appreciate your transparency.
Deputy Mayor Kime.
Really quick, I want to reiterate Councilman Shu's comments. I mean, the way we're funding and the split with the federal government, we're paying for more CBP employees than SANDAG has. So if we could figure that out, I mean, if we have less than $60 million coming to us, SANDAG gets 15, and we have to address all the different infrastructure issues that are going to be caused by that. And, you know, the latent demand on the other side of the border coming here, and that's going to be on us to address. So I just want to be hearing that from members across the board about working with CBP.
I think an important comment that we need to make clear is, and Betsy brought it up, the enabling legislation, the Duchenne legislation clearly spelled out that the tolls could only be used within the corridor in the priorities that Betsy laid it out. When this project was thought about was if we would to wait for the new border crossing to happen in the traditional programming, it will probably come in 2040. So it was decided that we were going to help ourselves by helping the federal government. It's a new model. I understand, and that was important to show those big numbers to you here. But it is those revenues, and if the board so desires, they can pursue legislative changes. But currently our boundaries, our legal boundaries are pretty much, you know, that it needs to be reinvested in the corridor in those activities that are mentioned. It doesn't mean that we could do environmental good solutions within the corridor, but I do want to put that in context.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We now have Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you. I have just one quick suggestion. I think, and I might be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think I understand the binational working group to be also the group that would conduct the audits on tolling operations.
Go for it.
They will have that ability, but they wouldn't be the sole entity that would audit SANDAG, subject to so many audits. So, but they would have authority to audit SANDAG's operations with regards to the single toll collection point.
I would just highly encourage an independent auditor to do something like that, not someone internally. We've already seen what that's gotten us into. So that would just be my only suggestion. And I thank you. And by the way, I have toured with all of you, I believe. Fantastic facility. It's going to be wonderful. 1 in 10 cars come through that port are sold in the United States of America. I agree with Jack Shu that the problem does create additional problems for local municipalities because they're going to be driving on our local arterials. So Jack, you and I agree on something. But imagine what happens when they get to the 5 and the 78 and they have to stop at a stoplight. Yeah.
Thank you. Deputy Director Aboud.
Yeah, I think Mayor Minto kind of addressed some of the questions that I had, but in Mario, you know, that addressed Jack Fisher's question about other infrastructure. In brevity of time, I just do want to kind of mention when the original Otay Mesa was open, it was just opened, and Caltrans and SANDAG and the region have worked really hard to create infrastructure to support that will support this as well. So this is kind of the last leg because the 905 was built. Other facilities were built to help support border traffic that did not exist when the original Otay Mesa was open. So I don't want that to be lost. This is kind of the last step of decades of work that the region has worked with Caltrans on. So I just want that to be acknowledged. So there might be some delay in the Otay Mesa East opening on our side, but that doesn't mean this isn't like the last 10% if you look at it from a regional and funding perspective. We spent almost $3 billion building infrastructure to support this cross-border movement, I think over the last 30 years. So just want to represent that. So just to applaud the team and SANDAG's partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the speakers on this item. This is an informational item, so thank you for the report. And, somebody is not on the board. Did you want to say something?
Sorry, Chair. Yes,
Counsel?
sorry, I was pushing the blue button, but I guess I didn't do it the right way. Gilberto Luna with the Mexican Consulate. As always, very pleased to be able to participate in these meetings as advisory members. I just want to say that we have taken note of all the comments that were mentioned, were done here, were made here with this on this subject, and we of course will be informing our central office of them, so that we can continue the dialogue on this project, and we can initiate new projects if necessary, or the projects, the dialogue that are necessary. I want to thank the SANDAG team for the presentation. It was very clear and it was very complete. I think it describes very well what is going on in the construction on the Mexican side of the new port of entry. As said, it will be finished in the next few months. We expect it to be fully completed and fully equipped by September. It will be ready to go. We hope we can use it as a staging facility, as a support facility for the existing Otay port of entry. In the meantime, while the U.S. side, meets the challenges that they have mentioned, but we want to thank you all for the work that you are doing, trying to meet those challenges, trying to navigate the legal systems of both sides, and for your efforts in pushing forward this project, that it will be the benefit for both countries. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. So now a little bit of paperwork or housekeeping. The last two closed session items we will push. Number 10, we have to take. So the question I ask is, we on the next regular agenda item, which is number 8, a lot of people have been asking this for a while. I would really like to get to it, but we have to get to the closed session item. So the question I'm going to pose here is there anybody here that can't stay at least another 60 minutes so we can cover both of those? Okay, that's a pretty decent number of people. So I do think that what we will do is move into closed session to take item number 10. Once we come out, if it looks like we still have time to address the 125 update, we can talk about it then. But yes.
What's a quorum? How many people need to be present?
10 people.
10 people.
Yeah. So if we can maintain a quorum when we come out of closed session, we will do so. And because of this, I'm also going to move the remainder, since we're going to go into closed session now, I'll move the remainder of the public comment till we know if we're going to have this last public agenda item for the non-agenda public comment. So with that, let's please head into closed session, and we'll take up item number 10.
Were you going to take public comments on closed session item 10 first?
Oh, yeah. Public, yes. Public comment will be taken after we need to have public comment for closed session. Sorry, I missed that one. So could we call the public commenters for closed session? Sorry for that. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. We do have 4 virtual and 2 in-person public comments on closed session item 10. Truth, please come to the podium. Excuse me, Truth? Could you wait?
Let's start
We don't
over.
have one. And this is only on item 10 in closed session. The others have been pulled.
Okay, we're back. Still tired. It doesn't matter. We're still going. Item 10. SANDAG's working with CBRE, Rexford Industrial Realty, and Carl Strauss to sell or lease the properties at Santa Fe Street. And then maybe they're going to be sued in retaliation for their decision. That's why they got to do this, even though nobody wants to, because SANDAG just can't win. It's how Michael Brando describes it, self-implosion. SANDAG's got a lot of debt holes dug that it's time to start climbing out of. So I support selling this property and all properties. Just some facts, as Rexford brags about ESG like good little communists do. They also refer to communities as infill markets. Nice of them to monetize and devalue humanity. Their CEO, Michael Franco, has done business in China and is a member of the Urban Land Institute, which aims to predatory profit off the people with expensive real estate, including tracking individual electricity use by renters, supported by past presidents like Bill Clinton and I think one of the Bushes. the Federal Reserve, and even Blackstone, the ultimate predator. And I don't know about the other items. I guess I can be quiet. Nah, I don't want to. Wait, no, I don't have the paper. I have to. So let's just stall. Item 9 is gone again, just like the 3 lawsuits SANDAG was going to have before, and I'm just so disappointed. That's why I don't even like 10, because I'm disappointed, because I had guesses, like against old Darth Vader himself, Asani Krata. Remember that? That was fun last year. You guys tired? I'm tired. I didn't get really any sleep, but I'm still here. Thank you.
Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by LNC, then Blair Beekman.
Mark, here's some litigation for you. Your paper says in the U.S., participation by the government was authorized by the North American Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act. You need to see the video, Goodbye American Sovereignty, Hello USMCA, from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. It's very short. At 3 minutes, they'll actually show you Chapter 30 of the USMCA. It was the trade agreement that replaced NAFTA. This is a treasonous agreement. First of all, Trump signed it. Biden did not rescind it, and neither side told you what I'm telling you now. Chapter 30, which is only about 4 pages long, handed control over trade and immigration to a foreign unelected council. We only have 1 American member on, and he's not elected by any of us. That is freaking serious. And so when you were doing your considerations in number 7 here, this was your statement saying that, I repeat, in the U.S., participation by the government was authorized.
Our time has expired. Our next commenter, LNC, and you'll be followed by Blair Beekman and the original draw. Sir. LNC, please go ahead.
Oh, yes, I understand the closed session because you cannot have interruption during litigation. But in the name of transparency, every closed session must have a video feed to the public so the public can see in the name of transparency everything going on. A video feed back for public record just so we can see, us taxpayers, how you're conferring in litigation, any court hearing the public is allowed to attend. So yeah, so go do your closed session, but take that in context that everybody needs to see it, the taxpayers. Concerning the postponing again on 8, yeah, you have to postpone it. Make that the first agenda next go around because that is so important. Carolina, speak up because we need a full quorum to discuss on 125 toll. In addition, public comment non-agenda should be before every closed session. You just against the Brown Act because that's basically what you're doing is discouraging non-agenda speakers. Me as a phone-in talker, I should have been able to speak first this morning, but I'm not allowed to. Please consider all this and I yield back. Thank you.
Next commenter, Blair Beekman. You'll be followed by the original draw on phone number 813. Blair, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for the public comment of a person just a few items, a few speakers back about the importance of life after NAFTA. That was interesting. And an overall thank you that we are trying to work towards better openness and accountability to practice that in the public meeting process and through agendas. It's important, and that you took the time to figure out that you need to offer public comment beforehand, before the closed session item. That tends to work best, and you practice that here today. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for your work today. And we're at a difficult time. Thank you for your efforts.
Our next commenter, the original draw, followed by 813 and Paul the Bull. Original draw, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever happens after closed session isn't dependent upon us speaking for non-agenda. So you should be taking that before you go into closed session because it could be who knows how long. And whenever you are in closed session, I agree with Alan that you should be, showing the public and just video of it so that we can be aware of what is happening, because you don't even come back and ever give reports on what's going on in closed session. You always, oh, there's nothing to report back. There's always something to report back. It just shows that you guys don't want to be transparent with the people. And whenever you're dealing with land, you guys like to sit here, take the people's land, and then do all of this real estate business, and it's never benefiting the public. That's the problem, is that, all the land has to go through a legislation, and then as soon as it does, it's supposed to be in the best interest of the people, and you're always doing the opposite. And it's pretty ridiculous. And that's just like where the CHP, this was the state, but the CHP office that was over in 4209, 902 has been used for the migrants, the illegals, and it should be in the best interest.
And your time expired. Phone number 813 will be followed by final commenter Paul the Bold. Phone number 813, go ahead.
Okay, yes, ditto to all the speakers. Cleaner, better, and more efficient. Dream on, Shu. It'll never happen. To the brother who spoke talking about taking it personal, housing is continuing to rise everywhere on the planet, and that includes 100 years, both governments couldn't figure out how to go about fixing the sewage smell and the issues down south. And what does that tell you? It's all on purpose. Yet people continue putting their freaking faith in this local and federal government and this corrupt, good-for-nothing SANDAG corporation. I am so very sorry to you, the staff who work for SANDAG. It's not you I'm referring to when speaking negative. It's your employer, SANDAG. I get you're just doing your jobs, trying to stay afloat. I respect you. It's disturbing that so many have become so blind and complacent to what government does. Let's see, the last meeting while taking the elevator down, I was asked by—
Your time expired. Final commenter Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
Paul Bold, I agree that I think it was Audra who mentioned about the comments from the, the nothing, no reportable actions. We should have more than that. I agree. Every one of these closed sessions is going to have some kind of action. And, it's really a travesty that 95% plus of them have no reportable actions. I mean, it just, another thing that stood out is when Nora said at the last meeting that leadership will tell you groupthink is not healthy. It's that.
Your time expired. That concludes the public comments on the closed session.
Thank you. Relative to the public commenter just hit, I'm inclined to try to take the 5 remaining non-agenda public comments now if everybody thinks that. And then once we're done with closed session, we'll probably be totally done. Everybody good with that? Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and take the remaining non-agenda public comments.
Thank you, Chair. Those 5 continued non-agenda public commenters, if you're still present, Mark, Blair Beekman, Paul the Bold, Alan C., and the original draw. Mark, please come to the podium.
Mark, again, I can't stress how important this is. The statement on your own paper today. In the U.S., participation by the government was authorized by the North American Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act. Why should anyone have the power to authorize our government to participate in anything? Why? Because when Trump signed the USMCA, Chapter 30 signed control over trade and immigration to a foreign unelected council. We only have 1 American member on, and he's not elected by any of us. These are powers that Congress had before, or the president. And by the way, their powers are limited in the Constitution, and they do not have the authority to sign them over to any other entity. This is pure treason. Trump signed it. Biden did not rescind it, and neither side told any of us about it. So if you think you're right or left, you are just wrong. Everybody should see the video. Goodbye.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for offering public comment at this time. Because of COVID-19 and now, the wars in Russia and Israel, we've kind of lost track of how we were on a good track to talking about concepts of positive sustainability in local communities. with the UC SD closings of the Palestinian protests, students are pretty upset, and they kind of want answers from their government to be able to answer them at this time, what their feelings are about the war effort and what we can do towards what I think should be ideas of how do we bring back ideas of positive sustainability and a neutrality for all sides of the issue. I think if we work openness and accountability, our best practices, and practice peace and open democracy and not war at this time, that creates a good presentation to the world on best practices. And it's those sort of things I hope that our city leaders will know how to talk more about with community and as an open process. They want to. Can you learn how to do that? Thank
Your time expired. Our next public commenter, non-agenda, Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
Hi, Paula Bold. Shame on Nora for interrupting the new CEO's speech last meeting. It was not a contest to see who speaks first. Sorry, Nora. It's an insult to the public that Nora said leadership will tell you groupthink is not healthy. Kind of rambling speech, but that remark stands out and seems to be what we, its representatives of the public, with lack of transparency at SANDAG, being manipulated, lied to, shut out of some processes, being allowed only a minute to speak, hearing board members interrupted, what we go through at these sessions. I mean, that's, groupthink is essential to the public democratic Republican process. I suspect that is what more and more people on this board are feeling.
Your time expired. Our next non-agenda public commenter, Ellen C., will be followed by the final commenter of the original draw. Ellen, go ahead.
Thank you. Taking the final non-agendas. 805 future plan, $6.2 billion to funded by November tax increase to remove 4 lanes and convert to managed toll lanes. Make no mistake, a managed toll lane, and our North County residents all know this as well as our representatives, managed lanes are basically a toll road because most people cannot carpool. And those extra concrete barriers on 15 North, take that lesson. Those extra concrete barriers could have been 2 more lanes. So stop wasting money on these managed lanes and look at what you're doing down to converting 125. You promised back in summer 2022 to remove the toll, unanimous vote of Carlsbad Vista, and yet now you're talking about making that a permanent managed lane. That's basically, it's going to be a permanent toll road. You have lied to the people. Please do not make 125 a toll road or a managed lane. Just open that freeway up, which is already paid by Transnet. So right now we are being double taxed in the South Bay, the working class people. That is wrong. Remove the toll now. Stop all the nonsense. Thank you.
Our final non-agenda public commenter, the original draw, please go ahead.
It's absolute treason what's going on with the border invasion, and you guys sit here and you talk about revenue coming from the Mexico and that you want people to cross legally. That's already happening, but it's also happening that people are crossing illegally on a massive scale, and none of you want to acknowledge it. You're all complicit in the facilitation of this human trafficking, and basically complicit in a little girl being raped because you don't want to acknowledge what's going on because you care about revenue over the people. And if you really cared, then you would just send all those illegals to the ports of entry. Why not? Because you're stretching Border Patrol so thin, and they're being told to do the opposite of what they were trained to do, to release criminals on the streets. They used to be deported, and now they're releasing them on the streets, and now we're suffering the consequences of that. And all you guys care about is now then even giving money to Mexico to help them with their infrastructure. We can't even take care of ours. So everything is so upside down and inside out. If you actually followed the people covering the border, you know exactly what the fuck is going on.
Your time expired. That concludes the continued non-agenda public comments.
Thank you. And now we can move into closed session. Anybody who is not supposed to be part of closed session, please exit the room now. If you hang out, I'll buy you a beer.
We did.
Okay, we're ready. Amberlynn, can you report out, please?
The board met in closed session on item 10, and there's no reportable action at this time. Remaining items 9 and 11 and 12 are continued to a later date.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, we are adjourned to our next regular meeting, Friday, May 24th at 9 a.m.